It's time, brothers. Today we finish Nod-Krai's story. I did a bit of grinding off stream and leveled up my Llama a bit. She's not fully complete, but she's like actually playable now. I may have accidentally triggered a cutscene for the very start of the part of Act 2. But, like, as soon as the cutscene stopped, I got away from it. So, like, it's all still there. It was literally just, like, I think two guys...
We've been Nod-Krai for a while now, but we still don't know much about this place. Now we've got some free time. Why don't we go explore Nasha Town for a bit?
Okay. Yeah, it was like two guys talking about a crate or something. I don't even fucking remember. It wasn't important. But it's like the setup for Flynn's part of the Nod-Krai quest. I guess there's a new quest, but I'm not going to worry about that. Let's just worry about the focused experience for main story. Let's see, do I have any, like, things that I should do? Okay, this is, like, a side event. This catalyst for 20 seconds after using an elemental skill. The character's elemental mastery is increased by 100. I can see that that's intended to be a Llama item, but like the craftable is literally I mean only Llama can even fully benefit from it. Like why would I... Well, whatever. That reminds me. Before I start... I'm guessing the event weapon from, like... There was an event before Nod-Krai. This weapon. Yeah, this struck me as a Hydro Claymore, right? Because it's like electro-charged... lunar charged bloom, so bloom's a water hydrodendro, hydroelectro, right? Lunar bloom, hydrodendro. So like they made the claymore for her before she came out, I guess. I'm not sure if this is actually going to be good for her. I haven't looked at her stats or anything, but I'm just going to throw it on her. Because I'm not really sure who else would even use it. Razor in an electro comp? Why would you ever do that? He's physical. Yeah, Dory doesn't care about EM. Beto doesn't really care about EM, and why would... I mean, she could in an electro comp, theoretically, but it's Beto. It's like... You wouldn't use it on Sayu, because she's Arrow. D-Luke is Pyro. Another Pyro. Cryo. Who could even... Like, okay, he could maybe use it. He has Bloom. He wouldn't benefit from the electro-charged portion. I mean, I guess if it can be triggered when they're off-field, but I'm assuming it only triggers from reactions that the character is involved in, not just any reaction. So he would still, if that's the case, he would still only benefit from half of this, essentially, or like half the time. Nope, she couldn't use it. Obviously I wouldn't put it on Moeka. Nope. Nope, and nope. So yeah, I can't think of any other character that would want this. Nope, and nope. Maybe there's like a character I don't have. Hmm. Okay, let's filter Claymore. Okay, we already looked at those. Kaniche, obviously, I mean, technically could benefit from Bloom, but not really. And Ito would have nothing. Yeah, so it's literally only Ino could, like, fully benefit, right? Okay,
Ino's explanations for things that don't interest her are a bit meh, aren't they? Or is that just how geniuses are? Isn't Beep Boopita just following us around? Sure doesn't seem as smart as she said it is. How are we even supposed to know what to check?
There's probably some condition we haven't triggered.
I've watched Inefa perform routine repairs before. It seems some sort of maintenance port must first be found, and then this small robot will automatically interface with it.
Ah, so you're in the know. Nice. Oh, what does that port look like?
Now that I'm not so sure of. Let's search around together and see what the robot reacts to.
Works for Paimon. Is this it? Probably not. Or this one? Oh, ew! Stinks of machine oil.
That thing over there looks promising.
Where? Oh, yeah! It does! Let's try it out. Whoa! It's flying! Does that mean we got it right? So, what do we do now?
Let me give it a try. Okay. Right, so the synopsis is we ran into Ino and Inetha, and they were trying to get the cannon repaired in order to prepare for any attacks by the Wild Hunt. That's right. Okay, so we just... Oh, okay.
Right. We got this working without understanding a thing Beep Boopita said.
Still, it's impressive how you figured things out right away.
I've figured out puzzles 100 times more complex before.
Paimon's up next, along with this stupidly heavy book. Ugh. Let's see. Should be just like checking a dictionary, right? The matching result for this symbol is... check passed. All systems normal. Wait, is that it?
Well, as they say, no news is good news.
Yeah, guess you're right. Just feels like we did all this stuff for nothing, that's all. On to the next spot, then. Paimon's getting the hang of this now. It's this thing, right?
I'll handle it.
And this time... Huh? Why are you angry? Oh... Huh. Looks like its expressions are also prompts of a kind. Which page is that on? Oh... We need to take note of the order in which his eye colors change. Purple, red... Hey! musical prompts too? Weren't you only supposed to be a beep-boop machine? Alright, one final stop. This was quite a trip, huh?
Agreed. I must say, you two have a talent for maintenance work. A bit shaky at points, but not bad for your first job.
Good eye. Paimon's the real deal when she deals for real, you know.
Really, I'd have liked to share the load, but you were really getting into it, and I didn't want to interrupt.
Ugh, couldn't you have mentioned that earlier?
Anyway, let's get this all done in one go. What does that mean? Does the book say anything about it?
A pictorial prompt this time. Don't worry, Paimon's just about gotten the hang of which prompts are listed where. We gotta take note of the flashing patterns. One yellow flash, nothing for 2 seconds, then 2 yellow flashes means the components here are overdue for regular maintenance. Maintenance is a high priority task. The device will be rendered inoperable until it is complete. Switch Beep Boopita to input mode to send out a signal to unlock components. The description of input mode isn't on this page. Ugh, more page flipping. Phew, that was a real struggle. Well, Paimon needs a break now.
Good work, Paimon.
Yeah, good work indeed. But it seems this input mode requires some additional work to operate.
Allow me?
Well, looks like we're all good. We can remove this thing now.
What is it, anyway?
No clue, frankly. But whatever. I got a feeling we've all given up trying to figure this cannon out. I'll go get the replacement component. We should be done once we pop it in here. What do you think? Maintenance work's easier than running errands, wouldn't you say?
That's for sure. We're counting on you, Sosie. You know what? Paimon took him for the stony type at first, but he's actually a pretty nice guy. Let's wait for him here, huh?
Are your tasks complete?
Yep. Sosie's gone to get the replacement component. We'll be done here once we put it on.
Allow me to check against the recorded data. Yes. This component is approaching its replacement deadline. The cannon will generate immense recoil when fired. If this is not controlled, the firing platform will become misaligned. This part is designed to anchor the cannon and ensure accuracy when aiming.
Huh. So, if the cannon isn't fixed in place, will it start spinning around like some kind of massive firework?
A novel analogy, but an apt one. The large-scale damage that might follow would be undesirable by anybody's standards. This component is currently easily damaged. The materials are not up to par, and there are still some design flaws. But Aino and I are working to improve it. Estimated waiting time remaining: 7 minutes. Would you like a crumb kake?
Yeah! Dessert's just the best after a hard day's work.
Certainly. It will be ready shortly. Observation. Freshly baked crumb kake results in the most efficient improvements upon human happiness indices. As such, I activated an internal heater before starting repairs.
Thanks for the treat. Aino's lucky to have you.
Thanks for the food.
Thanks. Things went great over here, too. So, as we agreed, I'll have the cannon up and firing in no time.
Understood. I will inform the inhabitants of Nasha Town and have them make preparations for the shock and noise that will inevitably ensue.
And I'll inform the Ratniki stationed around Wild Hunt anomalies to make sure they fall back in a timely fashion. Thanks for your kind assistance. I better make a move. Ratniki from other sites should have sent reports back here, and I'll need to sort them out promptly.
Righty then. See ya! Bet this huge cannon's a real sight when it fires.
That is correct. A huge crowd tends to gather on its own accord on such occasions. Pure, bright energy rays have never failed to inspire obsessed admirers. If you are interested, you can come back later to behold it in all of its glory.
Sure. We did help fix it after all. It'd be weird if we didn't want to see it in action.
A reasonable thought, but before that, I'd like to investigate the Wild Hunt first.
Oh yeah. Wonder where that strange phantom went. Never mind what it's doing. Let's try our luck at the flagship. See you later, guys! Just be sure not to miss my masterpiece in action.
Checking snack stock. Lower than expected. Please, explain, Aino.
Later. Can't you see I'm busy? You know, saving the poor, anxious inhabitants of this town?
You know what? I do kind of like how Aino's design. Her coat looks like a lab coat. A little bit.
Is it just Paimon, or are there more people here now? Oh, just as well, since we're sniffing for intel and all.
Might as well go in and ask around.
And maybe, just maybe, let's get some of their berries and fried meat too, huh? We still haven't had it yet.
Ah, and now you show your true motives.
Oh, come on. Why so uptight?
Excuse me, are you guests? Ah, if you wish to return to your room while the banquet is on, please use the side door.
No, we're not heading back to our room. Are we not allowed in here right now?
That is correct. Only those invited to the banquet may enter. Our goal is to ensure that our regulars can enjoy peace of mind and comfort, so that they can speak freely with one another.
And how does one get invited?
Familiar with our ways already, I see. But here in Nod-Krai, channels hold equal value to Mora. I am but a lowly employee, so you'll have to forgive my inability to help in this matter.
It's fine. Can't be easy being you. Looks like we'll have to switch channels then.
And I know just the person.
Never, right? The Curatorium does seem to already have an amazing intel network up and running. But if we ask her straight up, she'll likely squeeze us for all we're worth.
Let's not be quite so forward, then.
Ooh, Paimon's got a plan! Lauma got Nefer to help her prep some medicine, right? We'll be heading to Hisi Island later anyway to ask Lauma to help us use the moon marrow. Couldn't we deliver the medicine while we're at it? If Nefer doesn't mention a payment, we can cash our services in as a favor. If she does, then we can use it to haggle.
A cunning plan, if I ever heard one.
The thought of Mora made it worth the effort of thinking up. Come on, let's go! Hey, Black Cat, we're here! Oh, it's you this time.
Hello, you two. What's up?
Not much. Just here to say hi. Also, we'll be going to Hisi Island later, so we can deliver the medicine to Lauma for you if you need.
How thoughtful of them. Bet they want something from me in return. Well, the faster the delivery, the better, naturally. And we're lacking free hands right now, so that would be a great help. Yehoda's gone to get the medicine, and she should be back any moment now. If you have nothing else to do, feel free to wait here. I'll have someone bring you some snacks.
Don't mind if we do then. Thanks.
You all seem busy. What's the occasion?
Oh yes, I'm sure you've all heard about what's going on. Nasha Town's in turmoil, and right now everyone wants intel. Whether it's to strike it rich, save their lives, or escape whatever predicament they've found themselves in.
Ah, so you're busy making Mora. How nice.
It's not all good news, I'm afraid. We're stretched so thin that our clients have taken to competing for our services via auction. The price for taking priority slots has all but skyrocketed. In other words, we've had to suspend free intel handouts for now.
She cornered us right away. Did she guess what we really wanted from the start?
Is there anything we can do for you, then?
If there's anything that worries me right now, it's the wild hunt. It affects everything we do, yet the number of people who can ensure cargo safety in the face of such a threat is vanishingly small.
Huh? That doesn't sound too hard. If you need something delivered, hit us up and consider it sent.
Is that so? But... no. Forget I said anything. I mean, you're great heroes. How could I waste your precious time on trifles like these?
Well, as a matter of fact, there is something we'd like to know.
Is there now? You should have said so sooner. Far be it for me to extort you, of all people, for intel. But seeing as you so kindly made me an offer, I suppose I'll accept.
What's there left for us to say here?
On account of our previous cooperation?
More like our common perspective. Most who live here only wish to defend their own interests. But we are different, are we not? We both seek to resolve the chaos that the Wild Hunt has caused.
Huh. Or like make a profit off the Wild Hunt. Paimon doesn't believe a word she says.
Dissatisfied, are we? The number of commissions over at the Adventurers Guild spikes during tumultuous times, too. Would you call taking those jobs for Mora a sin?
Well, that's...
We might squeeze some advantage out of chaos, but equally, chaos could uproot everything we've built at any time. Such is the threat of the Wild Hunt today. And what business would there be left should it end in some great slaughter, or put to flight many who call Nasha Town their home? And as I understand, the two of you are here in Nod-Krai to follow a trail of clues yourselves. No?
Well, yeah.
In that case, we should keep Nod-Krai the paradise people say it is. At least until our respective goals have been accomplished. You must understand, no force exists here that would inspire unconditional unity amongst all parties.
I do get it, but I'm not doing this just for me.
After that incident with Lauma, I'm inclined to believe you. Your selflessness is admirable, to be sure, and rare around these parts. Though it's rare for a reason, kid. Just a shame that our mysterious phantom has hidden itself well. Between that and its ability to shift shapes, it will no doubt be a most slippery customer. Really, I'd be all too glad to pass on any additional intel I gain. We make a good team, after all, don't you think? You front and center, me behind the curtain.
That does make sense. Sorry, Nefer. Paimon took you for someone who only cares about profit.
A well-placed only, indeed, Paimon. Nothing is wholly divorced from profit of some kind.
Wait, so you were ready to work with us from the start?
Why, of course. In fact, I was wondering when I might bring this up the moment you entered.
But... Hey, boss, I'm back! Huh? Oh, you guys are here too?
Indeed they are. In fact, they've volunteered to deliver the medicine to Lauma on our behalf. And totally free of charge. Such kind souls, aren't they?
Really? Great! Oh, in that case, guess I'll be clocking out now.
Got a few more places for you to visit right here, dear.
Huh? Haven't I already worked a few days worth of overtime already? Well, guess the extra more is pretty nice. Well, we better get this medicine delivered pronto.
Wait a sec. Is this salt?
Huh? Surely not. The special medication from before wasn't salt, was it? Wait, that can't be. Let me see. This isn't right. How could it be salt? It was raining back there, so could it have happened while I was resting at the store? Sorry, boss. I'll get it back right now. Trust me, I'm super fast. Hey! Slow down, you might get hurt.
Well then, any plans? If not, what say we go into town and ask around about the wild hunt?
Oh, we were thinking of doing that, but we didn't get much out of it. The townspeople are a bit wary of us, and we can't get into the flagship right now.
Ah, yes, the banquet is on today. Perfect timing. That's where we'll go.
Huh? Can you get us an invitation?
Oh, come now. What are we, sticklers for the rules?
I really like Nefer's design. I am definitely... Actually, like a lot of the Nod-Krai characters I do want to pull for. I think Flynn's looks pretty cool, but like on my priority list, it's like Alice, then Varka, then Nefer. But I want them all pretty close to equally. I guess, yeah, Columbina too, because if what I read about her kid is true, and it makes sense that it would be true, she's going to be able to cause all reactions in the party to be lunar reactions, regardless of what type of reaction they are. Now, I don't know if that's true, but given her role in the story, it would make sense. I could totally see that, and that would be an incredibly hard mechanic to pass up on. So there's like at least 4 characters that are borderline must-pulls for me, which sucks because I'm definitely... like, unless I suddenly have a huge, like, amount of extra...
Lady Nefer, a pleasure to see you. Oh, and our guests from earlier, I see.
That's right. My apologies. Consider it my fault for not having explained the banquet's rules to them beforehand.
Oh no, it was no trouble at all. Please, do come in.
Yeah, sure, thanks. Not even an invitation check? Oh, Paimon didn't realize Nefer was such a big shot. His channels really do take you places. Finally! Now, what do we...
Oh.
Pardon me. I'm sure we're all having a good time, but I would like you all to meet a mysterious guest I invited for just this occasion. I give you tonight's special guest, a renowned mixologist from Mondstadt.
Are you serious?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor.
Nice to meet you all.
I'm sure that no more needs to be said about Mondstadt's wine industry. After all, we are all connoisseurs of fine drink here. The special drinks menu is being set before you as we speak. Now then, for a time, let us set aside our worries and enjoy these exotic spirits from afar.
Ah, I see. A new face for the bar.
And here I was thinking, that ain't a familiar face. No wonder.
Well, it's a rare occasion to be sure. Want to order a glass or two?
Sounds intriguing.
I spoke to the owner. The bar is all yours. The recipes are available for your perusal here. Not to worry. I've taken the liberty of removing the more challenging options.
Previous experience coming in handy. Who'd have thought?
How'd you set this all up so quickly?
Well, as long as you know what both sides need, negotiations are essentially just a process of confirming the deal. No one would turn a beneficial offer down now, would they? The flagship already had plans to invite a professional mixologist from Mondstadt anyway. So consider this a trial run, with the list of drinks brought out in advance. Demyon will assist you. Serving guests with drinks will be the perfect opportunity for you. Of course, every guest will have their quirks, so you'll have to be careful not to arouse their suspicions.
Got it. We'll give it a try.
In the meantime, I'll go mingle with some of the guests who pique my interest. There'll be a little event during the banquet's second half, by the way. See you then.
Hello. How may I assist? Good work. Now then, get the drink to the guest. Wouldn't want to keep them waiting.
Consider returning to Snezhnaya?
Would I kill myself with fright here if that was an option? Oh, thanks. Tell you what, I envy people like you. I'm like a man in a leaking boat, soon to be food for the fish. I wouldn't have come to this dump if there were any better place to be.
Come now. Surely it isn't that bad. We've still got the Lightkeepers.
You trust them? I wouldn't. Wouldn't trust anyone, really. We're stuck with the wild hunt here. The Snezhnayans can't be bothered, the Lightkeepers can't spare the people, and everyone else, they're a mess. I'd sooner put an ounce of faith into that cannon. Forget it. Let's just drink. Let's see if this new mixologist is worth the billing.
Hello. Good work. Now then, get the drink to the guest. Wouldn't want to keep them waiting.
I doubt the Snezhnayans will stand idly by if this wild hunt problem gets any worse.
I wouldn't be so sure. They look like they give a hoot about anything other than their precious research.
Hey! Just leave it over there.
Here's the thing.
Just some people are
You
just waiting
can't
for
live
this
life
place
without
to
a
fall
little
further into
spice.
chaos.
You've got a plan for that, then?
Hard to say. But what I can say is that the situation in Nashitown will get out of hand if that cannon isn't fired soon. That gun's a symbol. The most solid proof that ordinary folks like us can stand up against the wild hunt.
Wait. What are you angling for exactly?
These are bounties. If you want to negotiate prices, go find a flea market.
What if that was nothing but an illusion? What if, let's say, the cannon was never meant to be fired? For our sakes, at least.
Surely this town is still of value to those who control it.
Of course, and that's how it is. Value. For us, though, there's no place but Nashitown. They have putting its life and ours in their hands.
I get what you mean. Let's just see how this plays out first.
Ooh, seems like they're all talking about the cannon already. Guess that's why Sosie was so anxious.
Hello. How may I assist? Good work.
Oh, so this order was yours, huh?
Indeed. So, any notable news?
Not for the moment.
Ah, you two must be Nefer's friends. A pleasure to meet you. If you've got a moment, let's have a drink. On my tab, of course.
Paimon doesn't recall there being any other orders right now. Sure then, we can take a break.
Then come, sit. Dimyon, 2 wild berry trails if you would. Without alcohol, much obliged. Hints is the name. I help out at the Rossum workshop in town. They usually put me in charge of making and repairing simple machines.
Paimon's name is Paimon. Pleased to meet you.
I'm Sierra.
Anyway, help me keep an eye out, all right? Valuable intel will be suitably compensated.
Oh, come on. Is that how it is between us? I mean, I wouldn't even have this job if it hadn't been for your help back then.
So, you've known each other a long time?
That's right. I came to Nod-Krai with nothing at all. Would have starved on the streets if I hadn't met Nefer. She lent me money to study a craft, and even introduced me to Aino and the Voynich Guild, which is how I slowly carved out a living for myself.
That's a huge favor. Huh. So Nefer can be a nice person sometimes, huh?
Well, I'd also say she needed a willing and able machinist at her disposal.
Wait, don't we already have Aino for that?
Come now. Aino's talents are better spent on issues bigger than basic machine repair and component manufacture. I did think myself a dab hand at such work at first, but compared to her, I might as well be a trainee who couldn't weld a wire to save his life. Got the scoldings to show for it, too. It took me a long while, but I finally got to the point where I could make my own machines, and even maintain some of Aino's relatively complex ones, like Kuvaki detectors or mechanical arms.
He's the one responsible for maintaining Yehoda's robotic arm.
Oh, speaking of that, didn't Sosi have a mechanical arm too?
That's right, one of Aino's masterful designs. I could never design one of those in my life, but if you gave me its blueprint, I could hammer one out. Nowadays, I've got regular customers, which makes for a decent keep. Even got a kid, if you can believe it. I wouldn't have, had you told me my future when I first arrived here. On the flip side, being a family man means I can't just flee this place whenever I feel like it, so I'm afraid I'm counting on you to help solve this wild hunt crisis.
All the more reason to be proactive and do your part. Wringing our hands in despair does us no good in times of crisis. Oh, wait. Just another question that's been bothering me. Have you heard anything about people seeing illusions within Wild Hunt anomalies? People they know, perhaps?
I have heard of humanoid shapes being sighted, but familiar faces? No. Most would think they lost their wits from fright if they started hallucinating. After all, no ordinary person could survive an assault from those monsters. Does this have anything to do with our current Wild Hunt crisis?
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
All right, I get it. I'll keep my ear to the ground for you, and naturally, my lips will stay tightly sealed.
Then we'll take our leave. Enjoy your drinks. He's a social man. You can often find him here chatting with friends, and he's had contact with all manner of clients. Since he's never heard of the Wild Hunt exhibiting the power to imitate familiar faces, might it be safe to assume that our Phantom wants to keep that a secret?
Huh. That does sound worth noting. How about we go talk to a few more people?
A good idea. And one our upcoming activity will facilitate. Let me show you how it's done. Come, back to the bar.
Thank you for waiting, everyone. The roulette showdown is ready to begin.
Finally!
Come on, let's go try our hand.
Joining us, new girl?
I'll pass.
No, you won't. The one who'll be mixing the roulette special has to take part. Those are the rules.
But...
Sign me up.
That's more like it.
Since we have a new friend with us today, let me go over the rules in brief. The wheel before you is divided into an inner and outer circle. Participants must take turns to spin the pointer of the inner circle. Whatever beverage it stops at, our lucky contestant will drink. The drinks are divided into juice, tea, and alcohol, with that last further divided into 3 levels by intensity. Spin your way to a non-alcoholic beverage, and you'll score no points. Otherwise, you get 1 to 3 based on alcohol content. During a round of drinking, one participant may choose another with less points than them and pose a question, which the other party must then answer.
This sounds like it might favor those who score higher, but push your luck and you might not recall any answers you were given the next day. Defeats the purpose, wouldn't you say?
And that's why the person mixing the drinks has to take part. You know, just in case they decide to pour heavy, then sit back and watch the show.
Not that our newcomer looks like the drinking type. Either way, looks like we're in for a show.
Anything you drink will be replenished. And additionally, I have decided to sponsor a grand prize for this grand occasion. A single serving of Dark Horse.
What? Do my ears deceive me? A chance to drink Dark Horse and Nod-Krai?
Dark Horse. Guess we'll have to take part now, huh?
Indeed. The Dark Horse could be yours to enjoy, so long as your luck holds. And so long as you can remember its taste the day after. And if our lucky winner can drain the whole serving in one go, they will gain the right to ask everyone a question, regardless of their score.
High risk, high reward. That's gotta be some strong alcohol.
Now, if there are no other questions, let us begin. Allow me to get the ball rolling. Intensity 3. Looks like I'll have to put my back into it today.
Let's go! Wow, this is kinda intense.
Oh, my turn, my turn. All right, man, fess up. You've been making a killing lately. Where's it all been coming from?
Hey, bro. I heard you met up with some big shot from the Voynich Guild. Mind introducing me sometime?
Ugh, a normal drink, huh? Must be my lucky day.
We've reached the final round of the Roulette Showdown. Let's see who gets the last laugh.
I gotta say, you Momstouters really know your alcohol. These recipes are super good. Teach me, would ya?
I was wanting to ask about your wife. Your wife.
I've rolled non-alcoholic drinks without fail the last few rounds. This 0-point gain is no accident. Similarly, Nefer's been maintaining an ever-so-slight lead and has been using it to ask ever-so-slightly probing questions. That can't just be luck. I can tell that Dobrawa was lucky enough to survive stumbling into a wild hunt, but Nefer's turn is...
You're up.
She left him to me.
Whoa! New face here just drew the Dark Horse.
Bottoms up! Bottoms up!
Hey, will you be alright? You wanna just give this one to Paimon?
Whoa, she actually downed it in one gulp. Nice job!
No wonder you Mondstatters have such a reputation.
What did you see while you were inside the Wild Hunt anomaly?
Me? Well, what do you think? Monsters, of course.
Only monsters?
Absolutely. If there was something else, I didn't stop to see it. Just took off as fast as I could. Oh, and guess who showed up just as I'd gotten out of there? Those good-for-nothing rat Niki, that's who. If my luck had been just a little worse, they'd have found nothing but my corpse. Or whatever was left of it anyway. Either way, there's nothing in there you'd want to see.
Even those who have had a personal encounter with the Wild Hunt know nothing about the strange phantom we saw. It seems Nefer's judgment was on point.
I see some downcast faces. Why, have we all hit our limit?
Ha! Says who? I'm still raring to go.
'Cause you didn't drink that much.
In that case, let me raise another glass. To a blast of a showdown and a wonderful evening.
Hello, ma'am. Lady Nefer has ordered a fresh round of drinks. Could you deliver it to her?
Are they playing cards? Paimon spies some elemental dice.
Same as usual then? One die, 100,000 Mora.
I'm not here to do business with you.
Come now, I've already ordered us drinks. Or are you looking to add another line to your ledger of arrears?
Oh, so this is a business deal.
So, let's go over this again. One die, 100,000 Mora. Then we have a deal. Come, you two. Take a seat as well.
What are we even doing here? I can give you 3 things. The features of the Wild Hunt, the exact locations where it has appeared, and the intel we've received from the Lightkeepers. The Wild Hunt is in fact a phenomenon linked to abyssal power. Fog and monsters follow in its wake, posing a lethal danger to ordinary people. On the flip side, these monsters cannot leave the fog, so the disaster cannot spread quickly.
We already know all that.
Fair enough. Then I won't beat around the bush. Here's a map of current Wild Hunt anomalies that I snagged from the Lightkeepers, including the locations they'll soon be bombarding.
That's a lot.
We've never seen anything like this either. That's why everyone's so worked up.
That's not enough. 4 dice.
Cool it, all right? I'm not done. Now, the Lightkeepers don't want you to know this, but weirdly enough, more Wild Hunt sites have disappeared than their involvement would indicate.
Isn't that normal? They're not the only ones fighting the Wild Hunt after all. Adventurers do that too. And maybe some just go poof by themselves.
I'd agree. And really, we've always had a small, stable discrepancy between reported anti-Wild Hunt ops and anomalies cleared. That variance has become a gulf lately.
What could that even mean?
I've got 2 theories. One, that some new force is clearing the Wild Hunt out in secret. Or two, that some Ratniki are not reporting the work they do on purpose. The odds of the former happening is low. Not many organizations can even engage the Wild Hunt. Never mind keep those operations a secret. If you're interested, I'd recommend following the latter train of thought.
Paimon doesn't really get it. What would anyone gain from doing that?
Let's just note it down first.
Now that's what I call interesting intel. No wonder you've been doing well for yourself lately. Even if you've mostly just been reselling my intel.
Please, stop. This is all I've got for you.
Oh, stop that. Why, people might start thinking me a bully. Let me give you an opportunity instead. Out of respect for your independent intelligence gathering. An answer to a simple question. For 50,000 off your debt. Have you heard of people seeing familiar faces within a Wild Hunt anomaly? Or experiencing something akin to, say, an illusion?
No, nothing like that. Nothing at all but ghostly shadows.
Nothing at all, Not even for 50,000 Mora? Either you don't take your debt seriously, or you're confident you can pay it off.
Hey! No means no, all right? This is about my dignity as an intel broker. Mora doesn't factor in here at all.
Okay. Well, that puts me at ease.
You really are the same as ever.
And you've learned quite well. Go on, then. I'll swing by again. Sometime soon, perhaps.
Ugh.
So, you're his creditor?
Indeed I am. He's resold my intel quite a few times now, pocketing the difference afterwards. Rather dishonest dealing, if I may say so. As luck would have it, he would only purchase information from me when he was just about done negotiating with his buyer. So I arranged a little something just for him. A painful lesson, you might call it.
Ooh, that sounds brutal.
Oh, I was downright beneficent in charging for that betrayal. It was more about the message, really.
Good thing we're on the same team.
In any case, I believe that's all we'll get here. Let's go through what we've learned outside. Most of our intel seems quite dispersed, so let's try piecing it all together.
Well, first, no one else has seen that weird phantom, apart from our encounter on Star Sand Shoal.
Indeed, and we have that from multiple accounts, so each statement corroborates the others.
What in Teyvat could that phantom be planning?
The Wild Hunt anomaly that occurred at Star Sand Shoal seems quite unique.
Agreed. Instances of the Wild Hunt afflicting Nod-Krai in general have increased in frequency, but the phenomenon itself hasn't changed much. What you encountered must have been something special, with our mastermind concealing themselves within, in order to target the Moon Marrow. In which case, two questions arise. Who is this mastermind, and why would they want the Moon Marrow?
Additionally, that intel broker mentioned that some Lightkeepers might be withholding information. Given the inconsistencies in Flynn's words and deeds, he might be a likely suspect. But let's not share that with Nefer for now.
I'll continue investigating along these two lines. We can reconvene again if any progress is made.
I'm back! Luckily, the store owner kept the medicine bottle I left on the table safe for me. Here you go. Huh. Thanks a bunch, Yehoda. Take a break. You've earned it. Oh no, I've got work to do later. And anyway, isn't the cannon about to go off? I was watching it the whole way back, praying it wouldn't fire. Not until I got back, you know? Again, lucky me. Huh. So you're interested in that big gun? Of course. I mean, just think about it. Something that size is bound to be comprised of thousands, even tens of thousands of parts, fused in such a way that it can operate smoothly and fire off a supergiant, super strong beam. Isn't that just so cool? I mean, miraculous. Like a miracle created through countless careful calculations.
It has been a while since the last time it fired. Go on, feel free to go watch. Work can wait for a while.
Thanks, boss. Anyway, y'all wanna come? It'll be worth the while and worth your wait. I swear. Might as well. Fruits of our labor and everything, you know?
Let's go.
Woohoo! Let's go! Kaboom! Wow! What a crowd! People seem pretty excited, too. Just goes to show how big a deal this cannon is, huh? Oh, for sure. One shot, one kill, problem solved. Simple and practical. Just the way we like it. And even if that wasn't how it worked, just listen to how it roars. If that isn't power, I don't know what is. If only I had that kind of strength. Hey, don't think like that. Your skills and smarts have been a big help to us, too. Really? They think that? Oh, I'll do my best the next time we work together. For sure. Hey, look! It's starting!
Nice one!
Finally, all fixed up. Nothing to fear now.
Awesome! Felt that one in my bones. Whew. That sure was powerful. And pretty dazzling, too. Guess that's why everyone's been counting on this thing. Surely the Wild Hunt doesn't stand a chance.
Perhaps we should use it more often. It would certainly save the Lightkeepers a whole lot of running around.
I feel so alive right now. Overtime. Ha! It's gonna be a piece of cake. You know, Paimon's been wondering, if you're so interested in machines, why don't you go work for Aino? That's what we call drawing a line between your work and your hobbies. I've got some mechanical talents, sure, but this job I have now, no one can do it but me. Not even Aino or her silly robots. Anyway, gotta go. See you later. Says the person who got salt and medicine mixed up. Looks like the crowd's breaking up as well. Let's head over to Hisi Island. Best not keep Llama waiting. Let's see now. What's changed since we were gone?
Not as much as I'd imagined.
Yeah, if anything, looks like things are settling down. That's Llama for you. Hey there, Llama! We're back!
How have things been these past few days?
The cleanup work has been much more complicated than I expected. Solving problems that have built up over time is a tall order, to say the least. I believe it will take a few weeks more. Fortunately, those who remained appear to have shaken off the initial confusion and are becoming more proactive by the day. It's as if they've finally been forced to come face to face with what their faith actually is.
And it's all thanks to you.
No, I should have done this a lot sooner. I've been focused on taking care of myself these past few days, so I'm in a good place. And since you're looking after the Moon Marrow for us, I should be able to help you investigate the truth of the past.
Thanks for remembering.
Speaking of which, have you heard anything new about that phantom?
I've tried asking around, but to no avail. What about you?
We haven't made much progress either. But here's what we've got.
I think I've got the gist of it. Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you too. Don't forget to take good care of yourselves. In any case, please, come this way.
What do you see?
Is this Nod-Krai? This all looks familiar. Is that a shooting star in the sky? No, wait. That's our spaceship.
Is it over already?
This appears to have occurred a long, long time ago. The memories I sensed are highly turbulent and disordered. So that is all my power allows me to discern.
At least we now know where our spaceship landed in Nod-Krai. Near Star Sand Shoal, or so it seems. That matches with what Aether told me, but I want to know more.
Huh? What's the matter?
The flowers changed color.
These flowers are a reflection of the damselet's powers. Does that mean she's... I remember her mentioning that she wanted to use the Moon Marrow to restore some of her power. Paimon...
Yeah, we should go see her and see if we can help her in some way.
I'll leave that in your hands then.
Oh wait, here you go. This is the medicine you asked the Curatorium of Secrets to help prepare earlier.
Thanks for coming all this way with it. You've been a huge help. Also, if I may, I have a feeling that Kuthar might be able to help you get a more detailed glimpse at the memories about your spaceship.
Oh, that's true. She's the Kuthar after all. But we best check if she's doing okay first. See you later then.
Do you heal when you pick up Moonfall Silver? Do other characters heal when they... Yeah, okay. It's not just a Llama thing. Maybe it's because Llama's in the party, or maybe they just do that. Either way, that's cool. They really killed it with the ambient music for this place. It's really nice. There's the one. I do enjoy traveling around. Okay, I got more than enough of those. Yo, that didn't heal, did it? Nope. Okay, maybe it is only when Lauma's in the party.
Oh, she doesn't look so good. Sorry for disturbing you, but are you okay?
Has your condition worsened?
Dizzy. It's like I'm returning to the moon. Wait, it's not that bad, is it? I sense the moon's power within you.
We got the moon marrow back from the Fatui. Can it help you in any way?
And what do you require this time? Come on, don't even think about that. Right now, you gotta focus on getting better.
Has this just become habitual for her after living in relationships of mutual benefit for so long?
I might need your assistance in the future.
Oh. Very well. Give me your hand. Back to Earth. My thanks. Your feet never left the ground. But anyway, feeling any better? Significantly.
What did you do? Or maybe what did I do?
The moon within your body. It is as silent as a reflection in the water. Fascinating. I merely drew forth a ray of its light from the water. Enough to keep me tethered to the ground for now.
I think I sensed some other changes as well.
That is the moon goddess's favor. All things I come into contact with will bear this mark. It is harmless, and will fade over time. Speaking of which, do you want to be the Moon Marrow's custodian, now that you've got your power back? It's supposed to be something that belongs to a god in any case, right?
It is the remains of Arya, goddess of the eternal moon.
So it does have to do with... Wait, what?
Did you not know this already?
Llama just said it was different from the other fragments, and that she could sense divine power within it.
And she is correct. When I drew that ray of moonlight from the marrow, I also drew some memories from within. That is how I know that it belongs to the goddess of the eternal moon.
But Llama also saw the past by using the moon marrow. Why didn't she see that?
Llama mentioned she could only catch brief, blurry snippets. Perhaps this is something that only a moon goddess can sense.
There were once 3 moons in the sky, each belonging to a goddess who ruled over it. But after the War of Funerary Flame, all 3 lay slain, and 2 of the 3 moons were shattered during the conflict. After Arya's death, her power coalesced into this moon marrow. The iridescent moon's remains have never been found. And while the Frost Moon's goddess died herself, her moon was never broken. As the prophecy stated, this moon would birth a new deity sooner or later. The entity the Frost Moon Scions call the Kutar. I can sense that my power belongs to the Frost Moon, but it lies beyond the false sky, too distant from me. Forget controlling it. Sensing it alone requires immense effort.
Oh, wait, let Paimon count this up. We have the Eternal Moon's marrow with us. No one can find the iridescent moons. Does that mean you have the Frost Moon's marrow inside you then?
No. It can only form after the moon goddess is dead. Consider it a form of energy core. You may as well ask if there are rocks on the moon.
Oh, so you're saying that you represent the Frost Moon's power, right?
Yes. Now, a god with a gnosis is named an Archon. Since you bear the moon marrow, does that make you a moon goddess?
I doubt that's the same thing.
You do not wish to become one?
That's not really the problem here. Also, why are you so eager to pass that title on to someone else? Anyway, never mind this becoming a moon goddess stuff for now. We're asking if we should return this moon marrow to you.
I do not desire it.
Huh?
Nor does it desire to come to me.
And what does that mean?
When I came into contact with its power, I sensed a kind of rejection. I can only guess that this is because I, too, am a moon goddess. 2 moons will not rise at the same time, let alone consume one another.
Guess it's stuck with me for now then.
You sure that's gonna be okay? Llama did say that you've hidden its power well, but the damselette sensed it just fine. And it's the wild hunt we're dealing with here, not some run-of-the-mill enemy. If it detects the marrow...
The wild hunt? You speak of that phenomenon as if you were describing a person.
Well, it sure looks like there's a person behind it all. Someone with a super clear goal, too. They've been after the moon marrow non-stop.
That seems to ring a bell.
Huh? Is it really?
My colleagues used to mention someone, back when I was still with the Fatui. He hailed from Conria, gaining abyssal power during the Cataclysm, and he had a consuming fixation on the moons.
Conria? Well, we don't know if the phantom we saw has anything to do with that, but the details kind of match. What was his name?
I only know what others called him. The Reikir of Solnari.
One of the 5 sinners?
Huh. There was that title too, yes.
Wait a second. Dane mentioned him, didn't he? Does that mean that our enemy is Rerir, one of the 5?
Huh? If that was the case, Surely he'd be stronger than this, though.
I have heard that he disappeared not long after the cataclysm. But when I asked my colleagues where he went, they replied, "Do you really not know?"
Why would they say that?
The tale of his final fate has it that he fell into the moon's reflection, from which there can be no return.
Wait, hold up, pause. There's just too much information.
I felt the same. They seemed to think that I should be the one who would know everything about the moons. But as I said, my prologue lies beyond the false skies. I do not even remember my name.
Oh.
Either way, following his departure, the Wild Hunt situation worsened drastically, and it has since become a byword for abyssal disaster. The present phenomenon may have inherited the same title, but it far surpasses its past incarnation in both scale and lethality.
Oh, to think that we're up against one of the infamous 5 sinners. That's way too much for us to handle. That incident on Star Sand Shoal must have been luck then. Or maybe he wasn't giving it his all. And even then, he still defeated Marionette.
Oh? What did you just say? Would you mind repeating that?
That's your ex-colleague? So, we were on Star Sand Shoal together, and she was beaten by the Wild Hunt, too. Did you just laugh?
No.
She totally did. Are you two on bad terms or something?
No. I simply imagined the put-out expression she must have worn in that moment, and found it interesting.
She seemed quite shaken.
Oh, she'll adjust soon enough. She's very good at that.
Okay, anyway, we've gotten off topic. Now that we know how dangerous the guy targeting the moon marrow is, you sure you want to carry it around with you, Traveler?
If Fatui intelligence is to be believed, Rerir would prevail even if all of Nod-Krai were to stand against him. Perhaps something restricts him, if only for the moment.
Before I decide, there's a favor I'd like to ask you, Columbina.
What do you need?
Do you think you'd be able to show me what happened when my brother and I arrived in Nod-Krai? I mean, when our spaceship first landed?
Sure.
That was quick.
As I said, this to me is but a single ray of moonlight. Nothing to it. Give me your hand, and ready yourself.
This is what we saw before, only clearer. It seems we landed safely, at least. A lot of time appears to have passed. We're still inside the spaceship. To think we were in there for so long. When did Aether and I get out, I wonder? Wait, is that Aether? But how can that be? No one left the ship from the moment we landed. The door hasn't even been opened yet.
Where is this?
Lumine, come on, we have to leave this place!
What?
Hey, are you okay?
Our spaceship. A long, long time passed after we landed. No one left the ship during that time. But Aether found me from outside of it somehow.
Huh? How would that even be possible?
I don't know.
The secrets within memories are like cookie crumbs. Take a bite, and they go everywhere.
There's something seriously strange going on here. I have to get to the bottom of this. But, as Nefer said, there'll be nothing to investigate if Nod-Krai is destroyed first.
Alright. I'll keep the moon marrow with me.
Well, if you say so. Paimon can't stop you, but still. Ooh.
Will you need my help?
Help with...
I could help you conceal the marrow.
You could? Oh, that'd be great.
Detecting it within you is already no easy task. But I can teach you to further conceal its presence using Kuvaki. Like this.
Ooh, looks like a shield.
This feels so soft and gentle, just like the moonlight.
Can you sense it? Now, try to maintain it. You learn quickly.
Huh. Looks pretty sturdy. Could probably be used in self-defense in a pinch, huh?
Thanks for teaching me that.
Are you always here, Columbina? It's kind of dangerous out there, sure, but have you, like, taken a walk outside or something?
I dislike strangers.
And where do we rate on that scale?
Slightly better.
Once this whole business with the wild hunt is over, let's go out for a walk.
Yeah, the Frostmoon Scions have changed since you last saw them. Who knows? You might actually like them.
I will consider it.
She seems kind of tired.
Probably hasn't spoken this much in a while.
Either way, thanks for agreeing to help us.
It wasn't much. The flowers here. They like guests like you.
Okay, that's cool. So you do the favors and the quests, and it gives you a temporary buff while you're in Nod-Krai. I like that. Sorry, I had to check messages. Alright, what is this? Okay. Selenic Chronicles. Oh, okay, so that's just like part of the quest. There's no actual like daily thing to do right now. She took a beam of moonlight and in return bestowed you with the moon goddess's favor. You relate the gist of your conversation with the damsel at Talauma.
The Raker of Solnari. I've never heard that name before. Let's keep this news confidential for the time being. It would only cause even more panic amongst the people of Nod-Krai. But if this Rarier is as you describe, he will be a truly formidable opponent if we try to take him on by our strength alone.
Yeah, things might be okay if everyone was willing to work together, but right now... Exactly. Whatever the case, let's start by telling those we can get to join up about the crisis. As it happens, we have our own reasons to protect Nod-Krai. But even if we didn't, we'd never leave people in the lurch. That ain't our style.
Thank you. The Frostmoon Scions will stand with you to prevent this crisis as best we can. In addition, I believe that the relationships between the various factions in this land are not cast in stone. The winds of change are blowing, and we Scions have nowhere to run. Our faith, our sect, all of it is here. Whether our foe is the Fatui or this Raker, we must stand our ground and remain true to ourselves, even to the last.
Thank you.
Let's see. Speaking of allies, the Krumkake craft shop is the closest by, right? And F is sure to help us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Friendly approach detected. We meet again.
Listen, listen! We've got updates on the wild hunt situation.
Threat level exceeds expectations.
Phew, doesn't matter if he's the Rahira Solnari or Solari or whatever. One volley from my cannon, and he'll be blown to smithereens! You were there when we fired it, right? If that isn't the kind of firepower that helps you sleep at night, I don't know what is! True, but the cannon only works against shambling monsters, right? What if Rurir's super fast? Well, we'll just get an effort to go grab him and tie him down. You're not taking this seriously at all, are you? Anyways, firepower is not a concern. See those canisters over there? That's all concentrated Kuvaki, which we'll be shipping to Nasha Town. More than enough ammo in there to blast that Fatui research facility to bits in a single shot. You sure have been looking forward to this battle, huh? Of course! This is gonna be the shot that shocks the world. All of Nod-Krai, heck, all of Snezhnaya will know my name once we're through.
In that case, our firepower needs are in your hands.
Sure. Travel safe.
I know. There remains intel left unshared.
Oh, right. Yeah. Since you're investigating the wild hunt, something pretty weird's happened in Nasha Town. Should probably watch out for that once you're back. Remember that Sosi guy? The Ratnik in charge of firing the cannon? He's been found dead in their organization's offices. Wait, what? Didn't we just see him, like, half a day ago? Yeah, it's still new news. So, not many people are in the know. We were only informed because we'd worked together closely. And even then, only just now. I'll send Anafa over to Nasha Town with some flowers later. He seemed like a good guy. Didn't put on any airs despite being a superior officer either.
The data concurs. This gentleman appears to have been one of the most accomplished amongst the Lightkeeper's Sergeant Majors. His character has also received commendation. Most would have lacked the motivation to fatally attack him.
Oh, that makes it even worse.
Could it have been the wild hunt?
Hey! What do you mean, actually? Either way, I'm not clued in on the details. Only Ratniki have been allowed on site to investigate the scene. You'll have to find some way in if you want to check it out for yourselves. Got it. Let's go then. You coming along, Anafa?
My tasks are incomplete. The last few batches of ammunition must be randomly inspected. You go ahead.
Alright, we'll see you later.
Yep.
Sorry, I am being distracted at the moment. I do want to continue, but I feel like I might need to take a brief pause for a bit. Ugh, God. Sorry for the disappearance. I am back-ish now.
If ever you find that the animals in Nod-Krai behave in ways you do not understand, just ask me and I will explain.
Lush as the moonlight for the everlasting
Let the world come alive! Stop them!
Taking a turn for the better.
Attacked you with sword from shadow.
by the frostmoon of old.
Time to shine!
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
Cut to the chase. Incoming. Hey! Ha, ya, hip, huh.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Let the world come alive!
For the everlasting forest.
Okay, yeah, so I got sidetracked for like 30 minutes there, and, yeah, I kind of forget what we were doing. I barely remember the conversation with Ineffa and Aino, but, like, I guess the idea was they're our allies. Like, of course we knew that. Can I review that? Is there like a... I know there's like a thing to check the dialogue. Where is it? Okay, it's gotta be in, like, archive? I know I've seen people check the dialogue before. Maybe that's only during the dialogue that you can check it? Man, that is a whole lot. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay, so this is where we talk to the damselette. And then there should be... Do they not have the dialogue with... Maybe that doesn't unlock until after I've completed the next step. That's okay. Alright, well...
Even when the night is gone, and even when the sky
you know what?
is hidden from
Maybe I should take a break from this, because I really haven't been giving it the attention I would like to. I don't really want to stop, but I feel like I just need to have a bit of a mental break to really get
Still
back
the
into
moon
it.
Slide upon you.
Okay, let's finish this up. And maybe I'll do some polls for... Come to think of it, is that like... Oh man, that's a separate pity count that... Bro, I don't know. I don't know. $18? No, 13. 77 pulls is a lot, even if you clear out the whole zone. Like, I don't know if that's even going to be available. And considering it's kind of a trap, because it doesn't count toward the next, like, main event banner. Do I do it? Do I take the bait? You know what? Fuck it. Let's do some pulls. Okay. I'm feeling less and less good about this with every pull. I don't need another llama though. Oh, we got a Kaveh. Okay. I think he's one of, like, only a few 4 stars that I don't have. C6. I mean, I did get lucky and get an early 5-star, like super early, but it was a Tainari. So I don't even know if it's really worth going deep on the fate point. Doing so will reset. That's so fucking stupid, man. Especially for a fucking trap banner that's not going to contribute to pity on the next one if you don't get it. That's really not great. Yeah. I honestly don't think it's worth it. Okay, let me go turn that in. Right.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
Oh, hey. Okay, I am going to get up for a minute. I'm going to get some water, go, like, touch grass for a second. I'll probably be back in, like, 5 minutes or so. I just need to sort of reset. Okay. I am as resetted as I am going to get. Let's do the Jehoda thing.
Huh? That's not the price we agreed on. What do you think you're playing at?
Dear Miss Yehoda, if you manage to return the object of your next commission intact, then I assure you your reward will be paid in full.
What did you do?
It wasn't my fault. How was I supposed to know a bunch of monsters were gonna jump me out of nowhere and knock me into that river?
Might I also ask that you don't spread so much misinformation to our clients when you're escorting them in the future?
I wasn't spreading misinformation. Most of what I said was based firmly on the truth.
The master bandit who has stolen from every town and village in Nod-Krai.
That was just me trying to sound cool. No one told me the client was from the Fontaine Guards. She wouldn't stop questioning me the whole way. That woman takes herself too seriously. No sense of humor at all. I can't believe she asked the guild to revoke my membership.
The fixer who protects all of Nasha Town.
Fixer?
I was talking about Boss Neff. I was telling the client about her.
Regardless, Miss Yehoda, if you wish to take on any more commissions in the future, it would be best.
I know. Be careful what you do and say. Boss Neff's always yammering on at me. But my mouth gets all itchy when I don't use it too long.
Perhaps you could take a few pointers from our experienced adventurer here.
The Traveler? I guess she's not the worst person to learn from. But you're gonna need to wait for me to take this reward back to Boss Neff first. She ain't gonna be happy that it's not the full amount. I feel a lecture coming.
It's nice that those are voiced. I'm really glad. They're just little snippets, but it would be so much worse if they weren't. I'm gonna be real. Alright, let's continue.
Have you decided where you will go from here? If not, why not find a patch of soft grass and rest a while?
This must be it. Oh, doesn't look like there's any chance of us getting in with that ratnik guarding the door, though. Should we go speak to the guard first?
Might as well try squeezing blood from a stone.
Ah! Never! When did you...
I came over to take a look as soon as I received the news just now. Aino told you about this then?
Yes, while we were passing by the Krumkake craft shop.
Before we start, shall we see if we've made the same guess?
Looks like the wild hunt is on the move.
Indeed. Quicker than we thought as well. Keep your eyes peeled for any clues once we get in. No need to jump to conclusions.
But how are we supposed to get in at all?
Just follow me.
I'm sorry, but we're not open to guests right now.
Sorry about that. They're here to investigate.
All of them?
The paperwork checks out.
All right then. Enter.
Paimon might have said this before, Nefer, but you sure do come prepared.
Shishich, my old friend. Fill us in, if you would.
Greetings. If you would allow me. The murder happened not long ago. The Sergeant Major was killed by a single piercing strike from a polearm. We have performed a preliminary sweep of the crime scene to facilitate investigation. No obvious signs of a violent struggle. No damaged doors or windows. The culprit must have used some other means to enter the room unopposed before performing the deed.
Entering unopposed? So, do you think there's a chance that the culprit would usually have right of entry?
It could have been Rarier in disguise, like how he turned into Aether.
At the moment, the most valuable lead we have is based on an eyewitness report from a nearby resident. Specifically, that Flint's was seen entering and leaving this place in the time period when the crime most likely occurred.
Flint's?
We have tried to contact him, but he has not replied.
Very odd indeed.
So, he's the prime suspect right now, right?
To be honest, I'm not particularly inclined to believe that this was an inside job. Flint's can come across a bit eccentric, but he does well in missions on the whole. He also had no disagreements with the Sergeant Major that we know of. So he lacks the motive to commit such a terrible crime. But neither the eyewitness report nor the nature of the fatal wound itself are in his favor. So we are looking for him at present.
Looks like there's not much else to dig up here. Let's go outside and discuss what we've seen.
Agreed.
So, the evidence points to Flint's, and he just so happens to have disappeared without a trace. A sticky situation indeed. We know that this Flint's could have been Rarier in disguise, but we lack the evidence to prove this to anyone else. Furthermore, Flint's has left us with many questions, all of which will require a reasonable explanation.
Yeah! He said he would report back to headquarters, but it seems he hasn't gone at all. What could he be doing?
The first time I met Flynn's, I did notice that there was something odd about his lantern. Some power concealed within it. Now that I think about it, that power was somewhat similar to abyssal energies I've encountered before. In the worst case scenario, Flynn's might be an entirely fabricated entity.
Let's approach the issue this way. First, we must determine our culprit. Was it Flint's or Rarier in disguise?
It's got to be the latter.
Yeah! What reason would Flint's have to murder Sosie anyway?
None, as far as I know. And even if he had a motive, it would have been easier to do so out in the wild, rather than in Nasha Town.
Yeah! They would have often gone out on missions together. Plenty of chances there.
Even if it were Rarier, though, his motives would be just as unclear.
Yes, but there's one thing worth noting here. Remember the intel we got back at the tavern? No one has ever seen a phantom that can take the form of other humans within the Wild Hunt. This means that he has been hesitant to abuse this ability, or allow it to become common knowledge. Likely so that he could act in secret under other guises.
But no matter what, borrowing identities comes with risks, right? What what if you bump into the person you're imitating along the way?
Precisely. In other words, his goal must have been worth the risk, similar to how he came in disguise to obtain the moon marrow. He likely knew then that the real Flints would not appear and get in his way during this time.
And why was he able to determine that?
We'd have to ask Flints ourselves, I'm afraid. But we shouldn't jump to any conclusions here. We can't discount the possibility that he might actually be the murderer himself. Not yet, at least. And there are other, less likely scenarios. For instance, Rarier may have already killed Flints long ago, and been living as him for some time now.
Regardless, we have to find him.
Yes, that is our ticket to a breakthrough.
Then we've got to find him before the Lightkeepers do, or we might never see him again.
Steady now. Our friend should be back soon.
We've tracked him down to a beach north of Nasha Town. The Wild Hunt is present too, so we're putting a force together. I'll have you know that this is top secret information I'm leaking here.
Don't worry, you'll receive a top-class reward in return. The beach is all yours. I'll stay and slow the Lightkeepers down. Things might go south if you bump into one another.
Oh right, before we go, should we reveal Rarier's secret? Since he's trying to keep it all hush-hush, why don't we just pull the curtains on his little trick? That'll teach him to sneak around pretending to be other people. Hey, why are you laughing?
Oh, I was just imagining how satisfying that would feel. But I'm afraid this revelation would only stir up more chaos. Setting aside the matter of evidence, some may trust Flint's on our account, whereas others would suspect him on account of his behavior. Tossing him into a swirling tumult of public opinion like that might just give Rarier more opportunities to capitalize on. And think about it. Once people learn that he can masquerade as those they trust, would they continue to welcome friends into their homes with such open hearts? Unease grips the hearts of those in Nasha Town already. We should avoid throwing more fuel onto the fire.
Yeah, you're right. You've really thought of everything, huh? Nothing for it then. We've just gotta find Flint's.
Indeed. But just in case, let me stress once more. We should neither be excessively afraid of Rarier, nor trust in Flint's too lightly. This light source is of special Lightkeeper design. It provides illumination within Wild Hunt anomalies, and can briefly dispel the abyssal fog within.
All right. We'll have to deal with that mess too. Yeah, this'll be important. Thanks a bunch, Nefer.
You're welcome. I've charged it to your account, by the way.
Hey, you!
They should have given Lauma an option to pet the animals. Like animation for it. Would have been good. I mean, it's nice that they, you know, do their thing and, like, be friendly, but, you know, they could have taken it a little further.
Whoa! That's real... Is that a Lightkeeper's lantern? Is there someone up ahead? Come on, let's go see... Monsters! Nowhere to hide. Don't blink! This monster was lurking near the lamp. That must have been a planned ambush. We're not falling for that again. There's something inside it. Some small device. Huh? Why isn't it giving off light anymore? Is it broken? We better take it with us.
Is someone there? Please, help me!
Isn't that Flint's voice? Did you hear that? But is that really him? Yeah! More baddies! Shower me with the deck, you will see. Speed of light. Cut to the chase. Don't blink. Incoming.
Leave this place.
A bitter pill to swallow.
We'll be in trouble if these spooky shadows touch us! Quick! Use the lantern!
Perissos. Io Ericos. Yamaluni Sattisi Foramco Kalu. Io sei illuminato sininso. Persebi Kestul.
Hand it over. That was mine from the first.
Tutto Nectorai Desmerte.
You're a fool. You again.
What the? It's stronger than before. Lantern now!
escaped again. This situation speaks for itself, I presume.
So, you were tangling with Rara out here all by yourself.
So, that vile phantom hiding inside the Wild Hunt has a name of his own.
Let's find a spot to rest first.
Yeah, you don't look so good.
Sorry you had to see me like this. All the same, you have my sincere thanks for your aid. To think you had the power to so easily cleanse the filth staining the lantern, which tormented me so. Might I ask what magic that was? Or whose pupil you are? I believe I might have saved some face had I mastered just a fraction of such abilities.
I don't understand it either. It's just my constitution, I think.
And an enviable constitution it is. A pity that such abilities cannot be acquired.
Why did abyssal power just burst out of your lantern anyway?
That is a long story. Many moons ago, when on Wild Hunt clearance duty, I shattered one of its cores only for a special crystalline object to fall out. I sensed a power surging within it that was at once familiar yet strangely illusory. I freely confess to being an avid collector of ancient gems, coins, and other curios. And curiosity it was that had me store this crystal inside my lantern. Afterwards, I wound up collecting a few more such crystals quite by accident, and discovered that they could merge into a single piece without my prompting. Though my understanding ends there. It was only recently that they began slowly emitting abyssal energy, which could neither be dispelled nor weakened.
Is that what Rara claimed belonged to him? That must be what he's after then!
I concur. And here's the kicker. Before he was exceedingly weak. In fact, I've already beaten him several times, though I could not destroy him completely. But I noticed while engaging him that the crystal fragment would restrict my powers. As such, it occurred to me that I should hide it rather than tangle with him any longer. Alas, he has proved most fixated upon this fragment. And for some reason, his strength has grown by leaps and bounds since I last encountered him.
If this object is contaminated by the abyss, why carry it on your person?
And where, might I ask, would it be safe? Or do you think it wiser I threw it away? Were our places switched, would you discard it, knowing that its perilous might was beyond your ability to counteract, yet capable of causing greater harm should it lie beyond your grasp?
Probably not.
Yeah, throwing it away would mean giving the bad guy what he wants. But exposing yourself to its corrosion and growing weaker by the day, that sounds super dangerous too.
Only those who shoulder risks are qualified to welcome in the turning of the tide. Those who flee when troubles come are nothing more than deserters. Though I shan't deny that I have your fortuitous arrival and most outstanding assistance to thank for my continued ability to speak such platitudes. Either way, it seems this fragment is now utterly still. That must have made it useless to Rerir. I doubt he would have retreated so readily otherwise. I imagine this wasn't the only reason you came looking for me, though?
Well, no, but...
You briefly tell...
I see.
Can you think of a reason why Rerir would try to frame you?
To use the Lightkeepers to find me, I suspect. I did not inform anyone of my true whereabouts, so he should have had more difficulty tracking me down. They alone have the ability to quickly pinpoint my position. Our Sergeant Major has a Kuvaki-powered device that can be used to detect others who bear a lantern. They usually don't pay my whereabouts much mind unless they absolutely must find me.
You mean this thing?
Yes. Where did you pick this up?
We found it inside a lantern when we first charged into the Wild Hunt anomaly.
It must belong to a ratnik dispatched to investigate the area, who, it seems, dropped everything and fled the moment they saw the Wild Hunt massing to strike. Well, at least they're not dead.
Guess it's not surprising how they found you so fast, then. But if Rurir could have shapeshifted into Sosi, why didn't he just use that Kavaki device to find you himself?
Were he to use it, that device would likely fail to act as it should, owing to abyssal interference.
Ah, guess that explains it.
So not only is this Rurir ruthless, but a purveyor of dirty tricks, too. You might not be familiar with Sergeant Major Sosi, but he put his heart and soul into every mission. Our deployments are subject to orders from headquarters, and his orders were to be stationed long-term in Nasha Town. As such, he was very seldom able to go back and visit his family. He worked so hard, seeking to produce excellent results that might convince them to transfer him out.
Oh.
But every year they would say, "Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer." He often wondered if it was because he was lacking somehow. In truth, everyone had nothing but the highest praise for him. But good work does not always lead to good outcomes. The higher-ups would think, he's doing great where he is. Let him stay there forever. A most convenient choice for them, at least. Whereas his subordinates would think, wouldn't it be a shame if we were to lose such a talented, easygoing boss? So he waited. And he waited. Until the world closed its eyes in the depths of the night, and a lantern was slowly lit for him alone, that no one could see.
It's a tragic story.
One that has played out many times throughout history. Another reason to take this Rurir's head.
Oh. Well, at least we now know that he's looking for these fragments inside Wild Hunt anomalies.
And yet, what did the Sergeant Major have to do with any of this? Why did he have to die?
Could Rarer be angry that the cannon Sosi set up to fire destroyed the fragments he wanted to collect?
Could you take me to the scene of the crime?
Probably, but you are a suspect in this case.
We shall just have to exercise some discretion then. Come on. Let us be on our way. I understand the situation more or less. Much has happened, I see. Either way, I suppose we were lucky not to receive a warm welcome on the way over here. It seems my fellow Lightkeepers do not wish to make this case public just yet.
Yeah. Guess Nasha Town's already been enough of a mess lately.
Let's stop here. Any further and the Ratniki might detect us. Since you two can enter, I'll have to request that you kindly pick me up once you're inside.
Oh? And how are we supposed to do that?
You'll know when the time comes. See you later.
Still acting all mysterious. But he seemed pretty confident, so guess we've gotta trust him. Hello?
Ah, you're the special assistants for this investigation, right?
Yep, that's us.
Sorry, I know it's a bit late, but there's a couple of things we'd like to take a look at.
Well, you're just in time. We're basically done investigating the crime scene. All that's left is to finish writing up some records. Then properly dispose of Sergeant Major Sosi's remains. If there's anything else you'd like to look into, this is your last chance to do so.
Did you find anything new?
Sadly, no. The motive behind the killing remains a mystery. And while we somehow managed to get news of Flint's, an unexpected accident caused us to miss him. But considering that Nefer from the Curatorium of Secrets came forward to help investigate, I have no doubt that a breakthrough's not far off.
Expert use of delaying tactics on her part. Excellent work.
We'll do our part too. Alright, we're going in. See you later. Phew, we're in. Thanks to Nefer's reputation, once again. But we still know nothing about how Flint's is gonna enter, or how we'll pick him up. Never mind how we'll leave later on. Something the matter?
There's a strange light by the window.
Huh. That looks like Flint's lantern. But where is he exactly? Well, we've got the lantern. What now? Oh, Paimon almost screamed out loud. You never said you could do magic like that.
Now that's what I call going incognito.
This lantern may have a rather peculiar shape, but so long as it doesn't glow, it won't stand out in the dark. I calculated that you would have already entered, so I chose a spot visible from the window before using light to send you a signal. As I thought, you're both sharp-eyed and on the ball.
The perks of being veteran adventurers, huh?
What you just did, surely that can't be accomplished through elemental power alone.
Your composure is more impressive still. You're right. That required a little trick of my own. But let us leave such trivial topics for a more relaxed moment. Our time is limited after all. Just as I thought. Come, try sensing it yourself.
It's very faint, but there's some residual power near the wound that feels identical to the abyssal energy that surged from Flynn's lantern.
Identical powers must flow from the same source. It was the Wild Hunt, then, that took my form and killed the Sergeant Major. But why do this?
To sow chaos by depriving the Lightkeepers of one of their commanders?
If the Wild Hunt's true form is powerful enough to stand against the world as you claim, I fear not even the full force of Lightkeepers could stand against him, let alone the handful of us stationed in Nasha Town. He would have no reason whatsoever to pick quarrels with individual ants. Let's look again more closely. We must leave no stone unturned.
They said that the crime scene investigation is already complete, so there should no longer be a need to keep the place exactly as is.
Well, that makes things simpler. In that case, allow me to disturb the fallen. May the ghost flame guide your spirit. May you rest in peace.
However, despite a very thorough search, few
When we
new
fought, he
clues
seemed
emerged.
like quite a reckless foe. Certainly not the meticulous mastermind type. Yet here we are, grappling with this enigma he has left us.
Oh, if we can't get any leads, we might have to go back and find Nefer. Oh, the longer we're stuck here, the likelier he is to achieve his goal. Ugh, this is so frustrating.
Is that all? Have we really tried every angle, found every clue? Paimon, look at the flashing light on his arm.
You mean this?
I'm not well versed in machinery, but that means his mechanical arm is malfunctioning, right? It might have been broken in combat.
No, that's not right. Paimon remembers this signal. We saw it before while repairing the cannon. It doesn't mean that the components are damaged. It just means that they're due for regular maintenance, so the device has stopped operating. But the real problem is that...
When we were fixing the cannon, his arm was working just fine.
Yeah, he even helped us find the maintenance port. It could still be a coincidence, but considering it hasn't been long at all since we were repairing that cannon...
The Sosi you met could have been Rerir in disguise. In other words, he played the Sergeant Major before disguising himself as me.
That's right! If only there were some way to prove it.
If something needed maintenance, you'd go register it with Nasha Town's repairman.
You mean Hintsa?
We had a short chat with him once at the tavern, but it's so late. Guess it'll have to wait till tomorrow.
I know where he lives. The situation is critical, so let us now take up the role of uninvited guests ourselves. Ah, yes. And one more thing. Remember to pick me up by the window.
Oh, it's you two. And Flint's. Given the hour, I guess it must be an emergency.
It is indeed. Our sincerest apologies for interrupting your rest. We are investigating a certain matter in connection with Sergeant Major Sosi. We'd like to know if he has sent you a request for maintenance to be performed on his mechanical arm.
Sosi. Oh, so the rumors I heard, are they true? You know what? Forget it. I'm sure it's complicated. No further questions from me. Just a moment. I need to check my records.
Thank you for your understanding.
Got it. 8 days ago, he came to request a round of regular maintenance. But as it happened, I had run out of the required components. His mechanical arm is especially sophisticated, having been designed by Aino personally. The parts, too, could only be made by her. As such, they usually take several days to arrive. In fact, this time, he even asked me if we could push his request forward. And I understood, completely. Not being able to use your hand, that's rough for anyone. But even more so if your job involves fighting out in the wild. So I did my best to convince Aino to rush the job. And eventually, the parts arrived. 3 days ago, if I remember correctly. I sent word to the Lightkeepers immediately, but he never showed up. I assumed he was just out on some mission or other. What's with those faces? Everything all right?
You've provided us with some very crucial information, Hintsa. You have our thanks. We can't make everything public yet, but once our investigation is complete, I will return to thank you and provide an explanation on behalf of all the Lightkeepers.
No worries. Just glad I could help.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night. Hope the investigation goes well.
It seems that it is as we guessed. The Sergeant Major Sosi you encountered while repairing the cannon was actually Rerir in disguise. 8 days ago, he had yet to act. But at some point after that, he attacked and imprisoned the Sergeant Major. With the immense gap in strength between them, the job was finished in a single blow. And thus Rerir had no opportunity to discover the malfunctioning mechanical arm. Perhaps his mastery of shapeshifting extends only to outward form, and not therefore to complex internal mechanisms. Hence his oversight of the uniquely mechanical traits of the Sergeant Major's arm, and in turn, this flaw in his disguise.
You're saying he thought no one would realize his mechanical arm is actually made of some kind of black muck on the inside, so long as it worked, right? Still seems like there's a lot of guesswork involved here, but it mostly makes sense.
That means the only thing he did as Susie was fire the cannon.
This also has me stumped for the moment. The cannon has always been used to destroy the Wild Hunt, and it works as intended. But how would that help Rerir exactly? Assuming he plans to collect the fragments within Wild Hunt anomalies, firing the cannon works against him, since it would blast those fragments to smithereens.
So we solved one mystery, only to dig up another. Whew. This is getting Paimon kind of down. And sleepy, too.
We've been on edge for too long, it seems.
Yes, I'd say it is high time we took a break. Seems like there's a lot left to investigate. We'll have to fight Rerir eventually. And we'll do a poor job if we're not well rested.
Yeah, we should totally get some sleep first.
Want to rest a day in Nasha Town?
A reasonable suggestion. I have no doubt that my quarters have been turned inside out by now, at any rate. My colleagues have never failed to live up to my expectations of their discourtesy.
Well, guess we'll just have to pick you up as usual.
That would be good, yes. Feel free to put the room costs on my tab.
Oh, shit.
Phew, back inside. We can finally take a breather. Okay, Paimon. In and out.
I suppose we could all take a moment to unwind. As I recall, our first meeting took place not far from here. Ah, the nostalgia. Had you already sensed the unique power within my lantern at that time?
Yes, which is why I asked you to give it to me.
I see. Words truly do fail to capture your superlative insight. Fortunate then that abyssal energy was only leaking from the fragment in minuscule amounts when we first met. Or I might have been in for a real interrogation.
Yeah, hard to say how that would have played out. We've had a whole bunch of unpleasant run-ins with the Abyss.
Rerir seems fixated on you, and you on him.
You mean to ask why I'm going this far to oppose him? Well, as a light keeper, I'd say I'm simply doing my job.
Come on, don't play games with me.
Yeah! You're covered in more mysteries than Paimon could shake a skewer at. You can't just get out of explaining yourself by making lame excuses.
All right. I suppose I do owe you some honesty. whether out of gratitude or the need to build trust. Your deductions have been quite correct. Should one wish to conceal oneself within a lantern, elemental power alone is not enough. You know humans well, and naturally you understand their limits. But some things that humans would consider difficult are quite normal in the eyes of non-humans.
So, you mean you're one of the latter?
Have you heard of how Snezhnaya was once the realm of the Fae? This race is no longer of any importance, but they still exist, as evidenced by the fact that I am standing before you.
We've heard some scattered legends, but that's all Paimon thought there was to it.
I once turned my heart toward humanity, and thus did I experience loss. I once labored and did much, and put an end to my tale with my own hands. When you realize you are floating in the middle of a vast ocean, you cannot help but feel that swimming in any direction would be equally meaningless. Would it not be better, then, to simply sink? But before I could sink to truly lightless depths, chance had it that I should be awakened by a band of Ratniki. They were facing a horde of abyssal monsters, and could not last against such a disparity in strength. Yet none fled. Those who dwell in darkness for long enough become exceedingly sensitive to all light. And the first light I saw upon awakening was that which shone from their eyes.
Is that why you chose to help them?
Perhaps I was moved by their valor. Perhaps I simply saw my past self in them, and was moved to action for the first time in a long, long while. But I was freshly awoken, and my powers were limited. I could not prevent casualties altogether. The survivors and I buried the fallen heroes. That was the origin of the final night cemetery. Well, not exactly. I was just more familiar with them. So joining up seemed the most convenient way to experience human life.
Doesn't sound too believable.
Well, I believe it. Besides, I'm well past the age when one might believe in things that must be done. Nonetheless, there are still some things I will not allow to happen. The chaos that Rerir has been stirring up is one of them. Tomorrow I shall go and check our records to see if I can find any connection between the Wild Hunt, Rerir, and the Canon.
Will you need us to get you where you need to be?
Oh, I'll be fine. I keep a backup copy at my residence in case of emergencies.
Can you even go back there right now? Won't there be Ratniki watching it?
Thanks for the reminder. I believe they'll have checked my place, but they won't have stayed. All things are ranked according to their priority, and we lack the manpower for such an open-ended stakeout. And even if someone is waiting, I have ways around that. I am the master of my own house, after all.
All right, then. We'll trust you. We sure ended up chatting for a while, huh? I'm super tired now. But, you know, feels like we can breathe easier, now that we know you better.
I didn't take you for the cautious sort. Anyway, I hope you'll help me keep this a secret. I'd prefer others not to know about my past unless strictly necessary. Nor do I want to attract more trouble on account of being a Fae.
Don't worry. I won't say a thing.
Paimon's lips are sealed too.
All right. Thanks again for your help. Good night, you two.
Finally, we can rest. Let's go get some sleep. There's tons to do tomorrow.
Sorry, for some reason I can't remember her master's name, the other sinner, the warrior dude who like marauds around the universe, and it's just bothering me. I'm just trying to see if I can find it real quick. I actually haven't read any of these though. Okay, surely his name is in here somewhere. I'm gonna have to actually read this at some point. I kinda hope I don't have to skip through the whole thing. Seriously, what was his name? Scaramouche was fucking Hat Guy. But I feel like it was similar to that. God, it's just bugging me. Maybe it's in the voiceover?
Master taught me how to wield the power of the Abyss, and from surviving Conrain research, I learned how to channel that power and make it mimic the elemental energy into that. The fact that you and I don't need a vision to use the elements implies that our aspirations do not require the approval of the gods.
Certology?
Very few people manage to earn themselves a name like the Foul and live up to it. I'm sure whoever gave him that name must have truly despised him. Master's certainly done his fair share of disgraceful things. And the fact that he's a former knight who turned his back on the chivalric code doesn't exactly make things any better. And yet, plenty of people still choose to follow him. They're drawn to his strength, composure, and confidence, and the fact that he's candid with everyone, regardless of their background. He's not driven by emotion. He's on a mission to become a version of himself that is complete and perfected. That's why he's as powerful as he is. It's also why he's so dangerous.
I actually think he's like the ultimate Giga Chad character. Just fucking fighting, marauding across the universe, fighting even harder, looking for bigger things to go fighting with, killing everything, all just because he wants to create or become like the perfect fighter. Just achieve the perfect strike. It's peak combat sexual. It's peak. Just ultimate Giga Chad. Defying all laws of creation and reality just to achieve the perfect combat. Anyway, now that I know that, it's not bugging me anymore. But I was right, it did start with an S.
So much noise. What's going on this time?
Hey! Where's Flint's? Is he here, or isn't he?
We would be most obliged if you would pipe down a little, dear guest. Our other guests are resting.
Resting? We're all about to be done for, and you're talking about rest? Flint's is a wild hunt shapeshifter, here to deceive us all! If we don't get rid of him now, there'll be no end to this!
You'd better give him up. If anything happens, your business here is done for. You want that, huh?
Or are you in cahoots with him? You with the wild hunt too, huh?
What happened? Did something leak out? But we were so careful last night. How did anyone see us?
Something fishy about this. I doubt it's because of anything we did.
What do you mean?
They clearly know something. Why else would they be talking about a wild hunt shapeshifter?
This is so confusing! What do we do? These people are no match for Flint's, but they're super heated right now. It's not like all the unusual stuff about him will make it any easier to explain either.
Let's go buy some time.
Okay.
Hey! Let us in now!
My apologies. My apologies.
Hold on! Calm down, everyone!
What in Tevat is the meaning of this racket? Are you intent on depriving both the Voynich Guild and the Curatorium of Secrets of even a moment's rest? Boss, do we really have to entertain people who don't respect the rules? Call a few of your boys and have them thrown out.
And what hole did you crawl out of?
A watering hole, of course. The one you've just disturbed. A place to get a moment's respite from all the recent unhappiness, and to escape from all this talk of the wild hunt, or strange ghosts and phantoms. Who'd have guessed people like you would come bursting in, shrieking louder than any ghoul?
This is a matter of utmost importance. We've got solid evidence. All we need now is to confront Flint's face to face. Exactly. And you sure don't look like an impartial party either, Nefer.
Oh, don't I now? How about this then, boss? Let them do their search. If they find their man, they can have their little chat. But if they don't, then they owe everyone here an apology, as well as compensation for all the racket they've caused.
Wait, it's...
All right. I suppose that's the only way. If we don't let them in now, they'll be back sooner or later. What a mess.
Oh, alright then.
Well, I'd say that sounds like an impartial proposal. What say you? Or are you suddenly unsure of yourselves?
Come on, everyone! Move it!
No sign of Flint's.
But how can that be? Hasn't he always stayed here?
Done searching, are we? Guess it's time to uphold your end of the bargain, huh? So, Paimon, you've been waiting to ask me something, haven't you?
Yeah, how did they even find us here?
My inside man with the Lightkeepers informed me that you paid the crime scene a late-night visit. I surmise that you must have rendezvoused with Flint's and obtained some new information. Then, early this morning, a group of people gathered at the town gates, news spreading amongst them that the Wild Hunt could disguise itself by taking on familiar faces. Everyone started throwing out the names of possible suspects. No one, seemingly, was exempt. And amidst it all, Flint's name started gaining more and more traction. I'm sure his solitary lifestyle may have played a part, but I wouldn't discount Rerir throwing fuel on the fire in secret.
So, did Flint's make his escape after hearing about this?
And that's where I, Yehoda, the quick-witted, fleet-footed backbone of the Curatorium, got my chance to shine. While everyone was super focused on the argument in the main hall, I, alone, noticed an opening.
I got her to climb up to a window to help Flint's out, only for her to return with nothing but a lantern.
Aw, come on, Paz. I was just getting started.
We initially intended to bring Flint's back to the Curatorium and wait those people out, but I never expected this to be all that was left. I imagine, though, that he wouldn't have left something that was so seemingly important to him behind.
Might he intend to come back and get it later? Maybe. I'm not sure.
Well, he's out of harm's way now, so that's not super important, right?
Oh?
What Paimon means to say is, We got lots of new intel to share.
Alright then. Yehoda, contact the others. We're going to need all hands on deck. Let's have this discussion over at my place.
Yeah, it just occurred to me. I remembered earlier when I saw the bar scene with Nefer, and she was like looking over the crowd and had like those Sumeru dialogue box style pop-ups. I'm guessing her kit is basically like she's Watch Dogs, the character from Watch Dogs where she hacks things.
I see. So Flint's has a fragment taken from within a wild hunt anomaly.
Is he gonna be okay now that he's on his own again?
Earlier, he said that the fragment had gone still, so it's probably of no use to Rare now.
In that case, Rare shouldn't have any reason to keep pursuing him, right? So, was all that ruckus back at the flagship just an act of spite? Or what?
If I were him, I would have simply turned my attention to collecting other fragments.
A reasonable course of action. Remember what we heard back at the tavern? The actual number of wild hunt anomalies destroyed has been greater than Lightkeeper records would indicate. Some of these must have been Rare's doing. He must have been seeking more fragments.
This much is pretty easy to understand, but why would he pretend to be Soci and put so much effort into getting the cannon up and running again?
Maybe 'cause that'd be more efficient than having to clear anomalies himself?
Flynn's mentioned that if the cannon were fired at the Wild Hunt, the fragments would be blasted into oblivion too.
Yeah, I'm confident that the ammo we're packing has the oomph to do that. But I am a mechanic after all. For me, test data and their conclusions speak loudest. Ooh, why don't we find a few of those fragments ourselves and use Kuvaki to carry out a little experiment?
Our lab could certainly accommodate such a test.
In other words, we gotta destroy a couple of anomalies and collect fragments from them, right?
Lightkeeper operations have just about ceased following the Sergeant Major's passing. Meanwhile, the Wild Hunt continues to grow in scale by the day. I fear only we can keep the situation under control now.
Then we best act fast. Paimon's got a bad feeling about this.
A feeling we all share, I'm afraid.
The fragments, the cannon, Kuvaki, Rerir, and the Abyss. There must be some thread linking all these factors together. Besides, is getting revenge on Flynn's truly Rerir's sole aim? We're missing some decisive connection here, but we're running out of time.
There are 3 Wild Hunt sites that must be dealt with urgently. But I believe we have the capacity to handle it.
Since that's the case, I'd like to investigate something on the Lightkeeper's end one more time.
Works for me. And Nefa and I will take our workshop assistants to deal with one of the sites.
The Curatorium will handle another.
And we Frostmoon Scions shall deal with the remaining one.
Paimon didn't think she'd ever get to see everyone here carrying out a plan together like this.
Never mind you. This is a first for me, too.
let's head out then. We'll meet back up at my lab with the fragments.
If you run into Rerir, do not engage him. He's grown much stronger since our last encounter.
Understood. Time is of the essence now. Our foe could make his next move at any moment, so we must stay in contact with one another.
Gotcha! Stay safe, everyone.
Huh. Anyone seen the lantern? Has Flint's dropped by already?
Well, considering what you said earlier, you know where we're going next, right?
That was quite a ways up there. Is that a lighthouse? That'll be cool.
Branch into song, by the frost moon of old.
Let my name echo in song! Striker.
Taking a turn for the better.
The doctor was
With sword from shadow.
Mind the side effect.
Don't blink! Hey! Nowhere to hide.
Forest, protect us.
A bitter pill to swallow.
What? So all that running around was for this?
Chung Chung, behave.
Perhaps this treasure has been waiting for you all along.
I do love the music here. It's very chill.
Leave this place for the everlasting.
Time to shine!
Remember, health comes first.
The doctor was
With sword from shadow.
You got Borderlands mechs
Speed of light.
with Reinhardt shields. Okay.
Incoming. Nowhere to hide.
Branch into song.
Let the world come alive!
Seems like an emergency.
Speed of light! Hey! You give, you receive.
I see. I just want to go back and soak in the scenery here. Yeah, that's nice. Oh shit. Almost ran out of stamina and drowned in 2 inches of water. Anyway, let's proceed.
Oh, no one's guarding this place just like he said. But, oh, where do we find the information he mentioned?
This way. Let's move. We're running out of time.
Ah! There you are! Okay, let's split up and make this happen. Or not! How are we supposed to read through this many files?
Yeah, this might be...
difficult, yes, but it is also our most efficient option. To expose the true intentions of this Rereer, we need to dive into Nod-Krai's history.
Hope we don't land on our heads then. Ah! Ghost!
What's the matter?
That file suddenly moved by itself. This is a graveyard, right, Flint? Do these things just gotta happen?
Many strange things happen here, but this is not one of them.
But that file really did move by itself. Hey, come out! Don't scare Paimon like that!
I don't sense anything.
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log?
Hey! Another file's moving!
With a similar title, too.
Are we being given hints? I feel no hostility. On the contrary, it seems we're being aided somehow.
Really? Hey! Seriously, another one? Okay then. Paimon will read this one. Phew! Finally finished. Oh, Paimon sure could use a long break from long words now. Hope she can remember it all.
The material I've read through has all been about past Wild Hunt incidents of enormous scale. What about you?
Pretty much the same here.
Paimon as well. Guess that makes 3 of us.
Whatever this is, it seems to want us to notice something. Let's bring our files together and give them another look through.
Alright. Paimon will go fetch hers. All these incidents look pretty different.
Wait. I've noticed something. Before the occurrence of these huge Wild Hunt events, a smaller scale one would erupt in the exact same location. And look, all these smaller scale Wild Hunt site reports share a common outcome.
They'd be detected, but would go inactive before any forces could be sent to deal with them. They could then be sealed directly using a tide seal stone. Huh? But why?
Was Revier actively clearing these sites?
Some of these records are too old. I doubt he had regained the ability to act freely yet, or we would have met long ago.
Ah! And here's another similarity. Kuvaki and nearby soil completely drained. Could this be important somehow?
Kuvaki and the Wild Hunt are mutually opposed forces. We Lightkeepers previously believed that these small Wild Hunt sites would temporarily go inactive due to being neutralized by the Kuvaki present in the soil. But now that we've synthesized all this data, there is a key issue this hypothesis cannot explain.
If the Wild Hunt's power had already been neutralized, why would another large-scale Wild Hunt occur soon after?
Indeed. Despite the name, I would not call a tide seal stone's sealing powers watertight exactly. But for it to fail and the situation to deteriorate in such short order...
Paimon feels like she's almost got it.
The Wild Hunt was not suppressed by Kuvaki. Instead, it became stronger. And Revier wants to use Aino's cannon, the ammo of which is also made using Kuvaki. Could it be he can use Kuvaki?
Yes, that might be it. It could be that when Kuvaki and Abyssal energies meet, the stronger side will suppress the weaker one. And while Kuvaki can indeed destroy small-scale Wild Hunt anomalies, should Revier be strong enough, the Kuvaki might be his for the taking instead.
Paimon kinda gets where we're going with this.
The Abyss always seeks to corrupt. This is just like the abyssal threat the ancient dragons faced.
What are you referring to?
We had a real close encounter with the Abyss in Netland. It's a force that tries to taint everything. It's hard to explain in detail, but basically, your reasoning makes sense.
So Rerir grew stronger on account of the cannon being fired.
Was there a gap between him pretending to be Sergeant Major Sosi and the cannon being fired?
There was. Aino needed to make some adjustments after we finished those repairs. Rerir, disguised as Sosi, left at that point, leaving him more than enough time to shapeshift into you, return to the Lightkeeper's office and set up the crime scene, before heading over to the cannon's target area and absorbing the Kovaki.
It all makes sense. And all that just for the fragment I had with me. It begs the question, what makes it so special that he needs it so badly?
That's still a mystery.
That's odd. We shouldn't have any guests. I'll go take a look. Ah, it's an ibis.
It's carrying a letter! Oh, Lalala must have sent it. She can speak to little animals. Let's see here.
Situation urgent. The cannon began operating shortly after we left Nasha Town and is preparing to fire. It is locked on to Star Sand Shoal. Please return to Nasha Town and assist with all haste. Lauma.
That's gotta be Rerir's doing. But why is he using the cannon again? Didn't he already fire it once before?
No time for speculation. He's already made his preparations. If you recall, his body was incomplete when we last met. If this bombardment continues to increase his strength, he might regain his complete form.
A complete sinner.
What should we do? There's no way we're getting back to Nasha Town in time.
We'll just have to trust them.
Let's go to the cannon's target site. That's where we should find Rerir, and that's where we'll stop him. One moment. Just let me get this news to Lauma. Nasha Town is in their hands now.
Go! Fly! Not a moment to lose!
You're here, as expected.
Humans, you never change. Always trying to use powers you neither comprehend nor control. But it is also thanks to you that I found a way to return.
You've messed with the cannon again, huh? Sorry, but this round's not gonna go your way.
Such faith in your companions. But will the inhabitants of Nasha Town understand why they wish to stop the cannon? I think not. When all they see is the wild hunt surging up everywhere they look, the cannon must seem like their only lifeline. This is the truth I have revealed to them.
So that's why you riled them all up. You were baiting them into firing the cannon.
They did this all of their own volition. The zealous worship of power leads only to annihilation of equally zealous proportions. True power does not heed the commands of the weak.
You were waiting for us to leave Nasha Town then.
Of course. I imagine the one you call Aino would have managed to stop the cannon otherwise. Shame, then, that you proved one step too slow. In their folly, the townspeople will bar the path of all who seek to stop the cannon. And your kind-hearted, weak companions have not the stomach to deal with them. The cannon will not be stopped now.
Well, sir, you look most pleased with yourself. In that case, before you put us out of our misery, I would like to ask you a question, if I may. See this fragment? It once haunted your dreams, but now it seems useless to you. What is it exactly?
That is my corpse.
Sorry, what?
My body was once torn into countless pieces and hurled into the swirling chaos of time itself. But even so, my life and will were not extinguished. Every last fragment calls to me. Sooner or later, they shall welcome my return.
What are you even saying?
Huh. So the terror of the Wild Hunt was in fact caused by scattered pieces of your corpse. I guess they don't call you one of the 5 sinners for nothing.
Serendipity guided the fragments to construct an incomplete version of myself, upon which I began collecting more within Wild Hunt sites across the land. But each time, the fragments I obtained were hardly worth mentioning, while that which you hold in your hand was my heart.
So that's why it responded so strongly to you.
Only by retrieving this most critical piece could I gain mastery over the turbulent Kuvaki energies and be fully reborn.
Hence, you fired that first shot, hoping to regain enough power to seize the fragment from me.
Are you completely crazy? Weren't you afraid of dying?
Dying? Such power has no hope of killing me. It may destroy my form over and over, yet always I rebuild it. It may smash my flesh and crush my bones thousands of times and more, but that is of no consequence to me. What truly infuriates me, however, is how you've destroyed my heart. All that suffering, everything I endured, and all for nothing.
Want to go for another round then? It's gonna turn out the same, you know.
I've adapted to the strength and flow of this Kuvaki. The next cannon shot will multiply my strength immeasurably. It will not be a full restoration, no, but it will be more than enough to destroy any in this world who stand in my way. Still, I suspect the Kuvaki will have rendered you down to nutrients for my consumption well before you have the time to kneel before me.
Traveler! Behind you! Look at that light! Dang it! Who fired up the cannon without my say-so?
Its defensive barrier has also been activated, likely in anticipation of interference by malicious actors.
The air is thick with fear and anxiety. It's spooking the birds and beasts. What exactly is going on?
You're here. Looks like this was all part of Rarir's plan. Not only did he plant seeds of suspicion in people's hearts, seems he's now igniting them. Yehoda's gone in to scout out the situation. She'll be back any minute.
I'm back! I'm back! Oh, it's bad out there. Rumors flying everywhere you turn. Something about the Wild Hunt preparing to spawn a wave of monsters, the likes of which we've never seen before. But that's not even the worst of it. Lots of folks don't even believe the cannon can prevent this crisis, so they're getting ready to make a run for it. Others are trying to make a quick buck out of this whole mess.
How could they still be thinking about Mora when such a catastrophe is imminent?
Unprecedented danger brings unprecedented opportunities in its wake. A chaotic situation can bury much wrongdoing. Even those who flee without reserve put themselves at the mercy of the divine. Is it any wonder, then, that some will aim to profit? After all, a gamble that might rewrite one's entire life is hard to come by.
Even so.
Well, seeing as you disapprove of their actions so strongly, Lady Moonchanter, I suggest that you be the one to handle them. Not like that's the only major problem on our plate right now.
Affirmative. We must quell the chaos in Nasha Town as soon as possible. Also, the unexpected activation of the cannon entails a high risk of incorrect operation. This must be stopped in a timely manner.
Well, about that, people have been talking about how someone might come to stop the cannon. They've decided they won't let anyone in.
What? I made that thing! They can't just take it from me! Oh, let me over there! What are they gonna do? Stop me?
They might, if Rerir has already formulated some countermeasure. For example, he might have spread a rumor that the Wild Hunt would take your form.
Possibility high. If they view the cannon as Nasha Town's only hope, they are likely to conclude that anyone who tries to stop it must be with the Wild Hunt. We will face strong resistance, but they are just ordinary people. Brute force must be avoided, if possible.
There's no time. Let's go into the town. I'll find some way to calm the townspeople. You find a way to stop the cannon. Oh, you're back. And you have a letter? The Traveler won't make it back in time. So they're heading straight over to Star Sand Shoal instead.
Wait, what? Isn't that the cannon's target? Why would she go there?
Assessing risk level. Maximum.
So if we can't prevent the cannon from being fired...
Then she's prepared for the worst.
And we must ensure that her trust in us is not misplaced. Let's go.
What are you waiting for?
Most of those we've met so far have been attempting to escape, so they haven't gotten in our way. But it won't be so easy from here on out. Looks like they formed groups to protect the cannon. If they believe that we're with the Wild Hunt, we'll have no choice but to force our way through.
Is that Lady Lama? But are you really her?
It's you, Rixa. I believe you recognize this power, having lived on Hisi Island for so long. It is not something that anyone else could imitate.
I do, yes. So it really is you, my lady. But why are you here? Really, I believe you, but the others, well, they'll be on high alert.
The townspeople have been misled into believing that they needed to activate the cannon. I am here to stop them.
But...
I know what you wish to say. Our island and Nasha Town have never had close ties. There should be no reason for me to intervene. But you chose to leave the island. You had the resolve and the courage to start a new life. It is unfair, unjust, that you should be dragged into this mess just as that life was about to begin. I seek to redress this injustice, not only for you, but for everyone here who wishes to live their lives free from this chaos. Please, have faith in our long-standing friendship, and that this is where my heart has led me.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you. Please help us.
Then come. I need you to step forward alongside me, and to do your part too.
All right, I understand.
Seems we chose the right person for the job. All right, everyone. Let us meet again later.
Huh? You're not coming with us?
We won't be able to calm this storm by our power alone. As such, I'll need to contact some... let's call them friends in high places, shall we? Let's go, Yehoda.
Okay. See you again, everyone! That is, if we can.
Remember these words. The road shall be paved with truth, and we shall pave it ourselves.
It's you, Lady Moonchanter. It's her. Everyone, it's her.
You're right, my lady. At times like these, we must rely on ourselves.
We'll grab this and this.
Leave this to us, Lady Moonchanter. Go.
Lady Moonchanter, there's a child here!
It's all right now. Go, quickly.
You wretched monsters! You're not getting anywhere near the cannon!
The monsters you fear do not exist here. The madness you have fallen to has been the source of untold disasters.
You think we had a choice?
Destiny is no excuse for greed and destruction. The choice has always been yours to make, and it remains so, even now.
Thank you for bringing us here. We can quickly overcome the barrier by going upward from over there.
The cannon is all yours now.
Got it. Thanks, Lauma. Inefa, give her a crown kake.
Orders received and immediately deferred. Departure takes priority.
Please, everyone, listen to me. I will not deny that we hold different beliefs. But in the face of the immense threat that hangs above us all, we must persist in trusting one another. Otherwise, rifts will surely form, prized open by those who harbor ulterior motives. If your fear is born of helplessness, if you flee because you know not how to fight, then follow me, you who are lost. I am no god. But so long as we hold our candles steady and unite beneath the same moonlight, no deception or rumors can be concealed from us. Let us resolve then to defend ourselves and to stand firm against the false illusions by which our foe seeks to beguile us.
Let's go, Inefa. This way up. This is making me dizzier than I expected.
Adjusting route. Make ready.
Out of the way, small fry. Come on, come on, come on! Get out of there! Oh, nice!
Preparing barrier breakthrough. Brace for impact.
Knuckle, what are you doing here? Ding dong glitter bomb! Chew on this!
Annihilation mode.
Go claw! Lash attack!
Cleanup sequence initiated. Interference detected. Entering countermeasure mode.
Chew on this! Easy peasy! What made you think I couldn't take on one of my own? This isn't good enough, we gotta hurry!
Scanning. Kuvaki ammunition fully loaded. Preheating complete. The cannon is going through its final pre-fire checks.
Aw, alright, let's hit the emergency brake.
Assessment. Not enough time. Emergency brake will cause internal explosion of stored Kuvaki. Damage assessment. Incalculable. Nasha Town likely to be blasted skyward.
No, I mean a manual brake, the primitive kind.
A manual brake. Understood. Roger that. We are out of time.
All your efforts have been futile. It is too late now.
Perhaps you're right. Why aren't you running?
Sigisato passa sax, intimi potutos. Necritus necrus baptusi, cenis omnes tu zonos pentusi. Osesticos palatini pirantur resurcu, topir aetion veratum.
Well, that's not good.
Sluggish. Torpid. This body is a disappointment. I can barely muster 10% of my original strength. You've ruined everything again.
Let me guess. You didn't get a human body back, did you?
What's with him?
This is bad. His presence feels completely different now. He's even stronger than before.
Verfnir. Rhine-daughter. Flinders. Flinders.
Watch out! Whatever rationality he still had when he was searching for his body is gone. All that's left is the calamity you see before you. A monster fueled by nothing but his own obsession.
There's not having a heart, being human. It's all irrelevant. Completely and utterly insignificant. You matter not. Does anything in this world? None of it matters to me! Fools. Time to die! You too have the potential to be driven mad by knowledge. But the truths you seek are so insipid, laughable that you should die for their sake.
You're wrong. The unknown is but a fog to be dispersed. Knowledge is the true pillar of the world. You're not the only one who got stronger. Polonia!
It seems this young lady aided in our escape. You have my sincere gratitude, dear madam. The flowers here bloom in such peaceful silence. I imagine you would not have invited anyone here were it not an emergency.
Huh. Talk about a good judge of character.
Oh? I take it that means you've been here before then. In that case, I count myself fortunate to be your associate.
Columbina! What did you do that for? I studied his abilities inside out, equipped Paulownia with comprehensive countermeasures. We were going to settle the score!
But he still broke through, did he not?
What? You expect a battle to be completely one-sided? I just didn't expect him to have no sense of honor whatsoever. Paulownia would have been fine in a head-on clash, but battles just get chaotic.
Oh, so you actually thought you could win. Have you been taking care of yourself lately? Your calculations seem to have deviated quite seriously. Perhaps you could try sleeping and rising earlier. Or you could adopt my previous recommendation and...
Hey, listen here, Columbina. I tolerated your nonsense previously because we were colleagues. There's a Fatui warrant out on your head, and don't you forget that. Don't make me fight you right here and now.
Oh, I was just a little concerned about you, that's all. Just like that time when you weren't making any progress with your research. So you went and cooped yourself up all alone.
That was none of your business! And don't you ever drag me out to one of your freaky hovels again! Come on, Paulownia! We're leaving! Well, anyway, thank you.
This was quite unexpected.
I was worried about you, too. Not only because the remains of the Eternal Moon Goddess cannot fall into his hands, but also because you've done much for me yourselves. And then well, I brought your associate along for the ride, too. But that was as much as I could do.
You're not afraid to speak your mind, miss. I like that. Please call me Flint's. It is my honor to make the acquaintance of one such as yourself.
Still, what do we do now? Rirer's gotten stronger again. At this point, it doesn't seem like we can beat him.
We did block most of the Kuvaki, so I'd say we've put a lid on his plans for now at least. But we still don't know what his aims are, and he may continue gathering power. So we must be very careful.
After you left, I could no longer sense his presence.
That means it's safe out there for now, right?
A question, if I may, kind Miss Columbina. When the cannon's Kuvaki beam was deflected earlier, I saw several bolts of energy streak toward Hisi Island, only to be blocked. Did you also have a hand in that?
No.
I see. Curious.
Oh yeah! The cannon veered off course in the end, didn't it? Paimon wonders how Aino and the others are doing. Let's head back and check on them.
In that case, Miss Columbina, I shall not disturb your serenity any longer. Thank you once again for coming to the rescue.
Go now, all of you. Do not worry.
Thank you.
My strength still isn't returning. It seems my time is running out.
Fortunately, we were able to minimize the harm. Only a few townspeople were hurt. But the Reikir of Solnari has now gained a complete form, while we still know nothing about his goals.
It seems we have done something akin to releasing a vicious Kukusaur into the wild. I'm sorry. Is no one here familiar with Kukusaurs?
Paimon knows what you mean, but that analogy seems more than slightly understated.
He said that this world means nothing to him, so it is possible that he doesn't have a reason to fight us at the moment. If his objective had been revenge alone, we would likely have no recourse.
Is there, still time for me to tender my resignation? Just kidding, just kidding. Don't worry, boss. I know there's no running now.
So my cannon, my pride and joy was a hindrance rather than a help. You know what? I'm gonna dismantle it right now.
This wasn't your fault, I know. Nor was it the cannons.
That's right. And it still works on normal wild hunt anomalies. Don't let this get you down, I know.
Flint's, we'll need you to attend to the aftermath with the Lightkeepers. Don't worry, I've explained everything to them. You're in the clear.
My thanks. For that and for everything else I hear you did to help us arrive at the truth.
Had you been willing to show yourself in public more often, you would not have been so easy to isolate, you know.
Point taken. I will give that some thought. I suppose that's one way I'd benefit from replacing Sergeant Major Sosi.
You mean you're being promoted?
He's joking, Paimon.
Was Paimon the only one who didn't get that?
Well, if you've got a moment, would you like to come with me? There's a certain gentleman I'd like to send off on his final journey. This man was like a lighthouse. Here he lived as if it were a mere matter of course, and brought light and grace to those around him. But people, once used to illumination, are apt to ignore the lantern's presence. Slowly, gradually, he came to think as such himself. I have achieved too little. I must do better. There is more work to be done. Perhaps his end was tragic. But I remain proud of the way in which he illuminated the path for others. Every shadow born of the light shall remember it.
Oh, poor guy.
I once heard the tale of a lantern fae.
I've heard that one too.
And I'd like to say the same to him. There's no need to be so fixated on the outcome.
Is that so? Well, you're right. It may seem that our efforts were in vain, that Rerir achieved his goals, but we will pursue him to the last, even if the outcome is not what we wish for. It is not dissimilar to the role of a graveyard keeper. We do not seek to bring the dead back to life, only to grant them peace.
I'm glad to hear that's how you see it.
What are you two talking about? Care to explain?
Not right now, Paimon. I'll tell you when we get back.
Okay.
Either way, the Lantern Fae is not playing the leading role in these final rites. Lightbearer, with your blood you have paved the road to glory and justice. Even as we hurry on, bruised and battered though we may be, stay a while. and look back upon the world and all its love and hatred, until it closes its eyes in the depths of night, and a lantern lit for you alone flickers softly into life. Thank you for everything, Sergeant Major Sosi.
Lightbearer, with your blood, you have paved the road to glory and justice. Even as we hurry on, bruised and battered though we may be, stay a while and look back upon the world with all its love and hatred, until it closes its eyes in the depths of night, and a lantern lit for you alone flickers softly into life. It's just what Fliz read. I didn't... So... There's a bunch of optional objectives.
What brings you here? Didn't expect to see you around again. And where have you been, huh? Didn't run away or anything, did ya? Oh, of course not. I was simply elsewhere discussing business deals. Indeed, it was all thanks to you that my little store was saved. I am grateful, so grateful.
Okay, you can cut it with the acting now.
What? Why, I wasn't acting in the slightest. And didn't I tell you that my prices were reasonable? Oh, but you still turn to that curatorium of secrets, or whatever it is they call it. If even regulars such as you abandon ship like this, what can a businesswoman do but take her wares elsewhere?
You're way too wary of the curatorium.
And how should I not be, Running small overseas enterprises is no mean feat. Never mind when such formidable competition exists. Forget it. Fortune and destiny are as one, so there is no use complaining. It's not as if Nefer did me no favors on account of our common homeland when I first arrived. If anything is to blame, it is the lack of opportunity to have her owe me in turn big time. Now then, should she ever need anything, you make sure, make doubly sure, to inform me first, alright?
Yeah.
Boss, do you remember that thing that I wanted to ask your opinion about? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much effort should the Curatorium of Secrets put in if we were to work with others again? Is that a 1? Isn't that kinda low?
Guess again.
Wait. You mean 0? But wouldn't we just be slapping our brand on the joint venture and calling it a day? Why even team up at that point?
Yehoda, what I mean to say is that there's neither an upper nor lower limit.
Aw, that's just like you, boss. Always thinking ahead. Wait a minute. That's not an answer at all. Is it? Oh, come on. Just give me a number, boss. Please.
Krumkake creation complete. Please, enjoy while it's hot.
Thank you for going to the trouble of remembering that, Miss Anefa. May this taste bear witness to a friendship that will endure forever and a day.
Understood. However, I fear that krumkakes do not keep for that long. A week at most may pass before their taste deteriorates.
That's not quite what I meant by...
Huh? We appeared to have some guests.
They must have followed the aroma of the krumkake. It's all right. Come closer. Anefa's a friend.
Affirmative. In fact, I can devise a cereal omelet based on individual preferences before crushing it into servings to share around.
Huh?
What are they saying?
They are discussing your address. They wish to go home with you.
Flins? Don't see you coming around here often. Just feel free to take a look. I'm busy right now.
Well, I've come to visit you, Miss Aino. Here, I've brought some snacks from town in their traditional butter flavor. So, where should I leave them?
Shh! Anefa might hear you! So, what's the occasion? Are you gonna say that the Rat Niki will be taking over all Wild Hunt incidents after that hiccup with the cannon?
And criticize a genius like yourself. on account of results that none of us could anticipate, we would not be that crass. If we really did do that, I dare say we shall never again see technological breakthroughs.
Sweet talker.
It gladdens me to have set your heart at ease.
Anyway, what's the matter exactly?
Well, could you help me repair this lantern? I did bring it to Nasha Town to get it fixed, but it broke again during our previous battle.
You want a genius like me to go fix a lantern?
Oh, my apologies. Perhaps this request should be better directed to Miss Inefa, and perhaps the snacks too.
What? I mean, I can totally do this, no problem. Wait right there. I'll be done before you can say fix it.
Much obliged, then.
And next time this happens to you, make sure to come to me first, you hear? Fix my lantern, he says. Please, this won't take 10 minutes. If only everyone knew what the heck they were doing. Take that Hinsa, for instance. How in the world do you end up creating an integrated controller for the cannon and the barrier from random components people ask you to fix? Ugh, gives me a headache just thinking about it. I gave him a real earful and told him to send me regular reports. If he's been working on it lately, I want to hear about it. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm partly at fault too, all right?
Ah, fancy meeting you here. I've decided my lantern has earned itself some thorough maintenance after that rather intense battle. Thank you for keeping my secrets, despite knowing as much as you do.
I didn't have time to ask this before, but why were the Lightkeepers able to detect your lantern?
Well, because otherwise I'd get in trouble with the Starshiner. If they couldn't detect my own lantern, I suspect the higher-ups would foist a standard-issue Ratnik lantern on me. A Ratnik carrying 2 lanterns. Imagine that. It would be an aesthetic transgression of the highest order.
Hey, it's the Wanatar! Should we go after her? Or do you have someone else you'd like to meet? are you doing here? Was it not you who recommended such walkabouts to me? Yeah, but aren't you afraid the Fatui will see you? Zandrone seems uninterested in my capture, and the others are unlikely to risk making contact at all. They have more troublesome affairs to deal with.
Rerir, if I had to guess. He is a threat to all who live in Nod-Krai.
Well, it's good to come out for a walk either way. So, how do you feel? Is Nasha Town to your liking? The flow of Kuvaki is somewhat turbulent, and the people are ill at ease. However? Is this where you purchased the dishes you treated me to? Are you serious? That's what she's concerned about? Berries and fried meat? Well, we can take you to grab a bite if you'd like to. There's all sorts of delicious stuff out here that you won't get to try at home. You've been quite subdued. Thorny questions on your mind, perhaps?
I'm concerned about Rerir.
I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future.
Let's talk about the Fatui.
Well, Zandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care.
I've been thinking about our spaceship.
I could look into the Eternal Moon's marrow for you if you wish it so. But after our previous attempt, I suspect your spaceship has been intentionally hidden away. Perhaps someone has certain truths they wish to hide from you, or from others. And I doubt there are many who could accomplish such a feat.
I'm good for now.
I still wish to return to the moon that belongs to me. That is where the answers lie buried. That is my true home.
Interesting. You followed me this far. Why not show your face?
Haha! Right, right. Right you are. I forgot to introduce myself. The name's Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
If ever you find that the animals
So-
in Nod-Krai behave in ways you do not...
That was a lot. I have thoughts. I will say my overall impression, I enjoyed it, but there were a lot of things that didn't land for me. I still enjoyed it overall, but... So one of the first things that didn't land for me was the coming through Nasha Town during the crisis sequence. I feel like either they should have shown us an imminent wild hunt attack, like on the town that was happening as the crisis was occurring. It just felt a little empty. And it didn't make a lot of sense. It didn't make a whole lot of sense why the people suddenly started panicking. Oh god. Trying not to trigger anything. But, yeah, like, I get that they established that people were concerned about the wild hunt. And that, Rerir, Solari, whatever his name is. They keep calling him Rerir, but then, like, his actual name is Rashay or something like that. They established that, you know, he was spreading rumors and creating fear, but there was no precipitating event other than the cannon activating, which, like, if there wasn't an imminent horde of wild hunt trying to rush the city, why would people want the cannon to go off? Maybe, I mean, maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention and they explained, like, obviously there was a wild hunt fog at the location where the cannon was pointed. But it just felt like it would have helped a lot to, like, see that. And then that scene would have made a lot more sense and felt a lot more impactful and just been more obviously a crisis. Like, obviously I got a bit distracted halfway through and had to, like, take a break and deal with some messages. But that was, like, the first thing that didn't really land for me. It was a cool sequence. And it was cool to see Lauma, you know, walking through the city, calming down the crowds. But without that establishing shot of, you know, an impending crisis, an impending horde of wild hunt, it just felt like it was a little out of nowhere. So, like, they had this cool sequence, but it felt like they didn't have... And it would have been such a simple thing to just, you know, beforehand, you know, when all the people were fleeing, to have a shot of a horde of wild hunt rushing towards Nasha Town. It wouldn't have taken a ton of animation. They could have just taken the mobs and used their default animations and had them running in and maybe doing a few attacks. It would have really established things, and it didn't make a lot of sense why everything was on fire and why people were running out in a panic. Especially when the cannon was about to go off. Like, it was just very confusing. And I think the other thing that jumped out at me, there was probably something else in between, but, you know, we got that whole huge sequence where Rare gained a body. He absorbed the Kuvaki and gained a body, and then had that fight with Marionette. It just felt like we should have had a boss battle there, instead of shoehorning in one of the Fatui to just totally steal the stage. They still could have done that after, but we could have had a boss fight. We wouldn't even necessarily have to win. It would just be a fight where you complete the fight, and then, like, I don't know, in the cutscene, Phase 2 activates, and then, you know, the Fatui comes in, and they try to fight him off, and then when it becomes clear we can't win, we teleport out. But they did all of that setup, and instead of remembering that it's a game, and giving us the payoff of gameplay, they just skipped to another cutscene. And don't get me wrong, it was a visually cool cutscene, but it was very, for lack of a better word, it gave me blue balls, right? Like, I'm sitting here expecting some gameplay, expecting a cool combat sequence, and, you know, I'm not expecting necessarily to win. And I mean, they even go out of their way for him to say, this is only 10% of my... Like, they didn't have to specifically say 10%. It would have been enough for him to say, this is an inexcusably weak body, whatever. And then still do the fight and be, like, insane, right? But instead, they just anticlimactically cut us off and throw it to Marionette. Which, okay, I get that she would be upset after having been humbled in the last encounter and maybe want revenge. And it is kind of interesting to see what a Soon character she is and how she's just not openly, like even though she's loud-mouthed and verbally aggressive, she's not, like, her first resort isn't necessarily violence. She just likes to talk a big game. What else? I'm honestly fine with, after we teleported away, like, Rarir not caring to pursue us. That's fine. Like, they established he doesn't really care about this world, that he's just trying to gain power, and they established that, was it Verdolfnir, Rhine-daughter, the other person he mentioned, the way he talks about them, it kind of implies that him being shattered and killed and cast through time or whatever was their doing. The thing about Aether finding Lumine in the spaceship without ever having left the spaceship is also very interesting. My theory is that Teyvat is actually, like, for not I don't want to say a simulation, but like a simulation, and it's actually just repeating a looping, like a time loop, basically, a hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years time loop. For what purpose, I don't know, but it would explain how, like, in that part of the time loop, like, Aether could have already been out. So let's say the ship hits Teyvat, right, with both of them in it, and then Aether gets out, and then he gets stuck in the time loop.
Have you decided where you will go from here?
And then by the time the next time loop starts, the ship basically goes back to where it first hit the atmosphere and then crashes. And then after hundreds of years, he's already outside of the ship, but because he's a descender, he doesn't just get reset. Like, he's a conscious descender, so he doesn't get reset. He just goes back. So, like, in the first time loop he gets out, the ship gets reset without him in it. Because he's conscious, he doesn't get reset. And then the ship crashes, and that would explain why we see the ship crash and then him never leave, but him come back to the ship.
Just ask me and I will explain.
That's my hypothesis. Is that Teyvat is basically some kind of simulation in a time loop. And that descenders like Aether, like Lumine, when they're conscious at least, aren't subject to any sort of time reset that happens. Now, why Teyvat would be a simulation, why the first Descender, the Usurper, would be that guy, why there's a time loop, why it's a simulation, I don't know, but, like, everything kind of fits. And that makes so much sense with, like, how, the World Tree, or whatever, that Nahida presides over, why changing data in that can not just change people's memories, but actually change the past and the physical state of the world. As if it were all a simulation and it were in some kind of repeating loop to try and test something or find out if there were some alternative to something. That's my theory. That's what makes a lot of sense to me. And that's why the principles are, you know, principles, not gods. Because they're put there by somebody to sort of enforce limits on the simulation. To make sure that whatever they're testing for, whatever variable isn't, allowed, like that there aren't extra variables that are allowed, so that they're sort of limiting whatever they're testing for. That's my hypothesis. But that's a tangent. I guess another big thing is the fact that we're seeing an actual flesh and blood, like, you know, he says he's not got a human body, but it's a humanoid-looking body. He's flesh and blood onto that. Even if it's a weakened version of himself. That is a huge first. Up until now, well, up until Certology, I don't think we'd ever seen an actual human form of a sinner. We'd seen, at best, like a statue-like representation, which kind of implied they were not physical beings in the same sense as, like, a human or a druid like Lauma here, or like Kaching, that they had transcended being physical forms, right? And even in Certology's quest, or, well, Skirk's quest, they talk about how Certology, after attaining his, like, void armor form, his abyss armor form, eventually shed that form and became something else. So it's interesting to see, and it's also interesting that this guy, so, like, his body was destroyed, right? But his will and consciousness persisted anyway, but it was still tethered to these fragments of his original body that he had to rebuild. So maybe they are, like, all actually still physical entities. And the other thing is, like, if Tevat is a simulation and Sertology just left, pieced out, and went to go, like, that kind of raises questions about, like, how many cycles has the world been through since the sinners figured out how to harness abyssal energy? And when did they do it? Was it actually this cycle, or was that just something that was written in after it happened, like hundreds of cycles before? Of course, I'm assuming a lot there, but yeah, so there's a lot of interesting, like, lore questions. And there was some cool stuff in the presentation of the story for this patch, but there were some missing pieces from the presentation that kind of took me out of it. Or the way I should put it is it did take me out of it a little, but it's not that I didn't enjoy the story that was presented. I did. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed playing through it. The music for this zone has been great. The exploration, I think, is pretty good. People, you know, I saw someone meme on, oh, welcome to Nod-Krai, Windows XP, you know. But, like, you go around, like, let's just go right up, like, here. And then, like, let's get up on, like, a hillside here. Shit.
Protect us.
Like, this doesn't look bad. This is pretty, right? And then, like, you get up on... Oh, God. That is one thing I'm not gonna defend, is... Why do we still slow climb? Ugh, you know? Like, just because some characters... Like, I shouldn't have to swap to my Natlan team every time I want to not slow climb, you know? But, whatever. Not gonna worry too much about it right now. I mean, that doesn't... Okay, that's not the greatest. Like, that looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. Like, I think it's still a pretty visually decent zone. Like, it feels pretty good to explore it. You know? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and fight this thing.
Receive my blessing with one heart.
Shower me with praise! Let my name echo in song!
I do wish that you could disable the burst cam for 5 stars, because sometimes it makes things more difficult than it needs to be. When your camera's flying back and forth all the time, if you want to actually dodge something, well, you better hope it's not happening when you get zoom cammed, you know? But, like, it's fine. I don't wanna just, like, do nothing but shit on this, right? Because I don't think it's bad. I genuinely enjoyed it, or I wouldn't have played it. I still enjoy it. I still think this is cool. I still think, like... Okay, so maybe not that spot. Let's go here. I don't know. Here might be a good spot. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty. Like, you got the little clear lake down there. Well, it's not a lake. There's, like, slate with some water in it. You got the little river flow. The mountain framed by the valley. Like, you can pick a lot of places. You got that seed up there. Let's go, I haven't explored, like, a ton here. But let's go here. I haven't even gone to Blue Amber Lake. Oh yeah, they got the rainy weather. Yeah, I feel like there is some empty space. I feel like probably some of that is just from not loading in items at a certain distance, right? Because like you could see the chest popped in and then that popped in, right? Of course, you're kind of seeing that land as well too from here, but it, you know, like the people that shit on it, like, oh my god, like you could, like this is a little bit bare, but you could find places in other games, right? Like I still think running through, like, let's go here. And then just, like, drop down.
Yeah, Ben.
Oh my god. Yeah. Like, I feel like this is pleasant to explore. Like, when I'm coming through this, and I'm just sort of, running through the area, it's just pleasant, you know? I'm not gonna sit here and say every fucking shot needs to be fucking pure cinema, right? This is nice. I don't know. I don't feel the need to, like, it kind of speaks for itself, right? Yeah. So, I feel like there were... And the other thing, right, the other thought I had about the story was we get this cool, like, eldritch fae language, and we learn that Flynn's is a fae, and they just don't really do anything with that. Now, maybe they'll do more later, in some of the later patches, but considering that they've said that, you know, the character story was baked into the main story, I feel like we didn't really get an actual deep dive on Flynn's. We got a deep dive... We kind of got a dive on the Ratniki, the Light Keepers. And, like, yeah, we saw a bit of how they, you know, stand against this wild hunt, and they put their lives on the line, and many of them perish in the line of duty. We see they established that with the graveyard. They established that with the fight at the Tide Seal Stone the first time we go to Hisi Island. Like, I feel like we do see a good chunk of that. And that aspect of Flynn's is explored pretty well. But they can't just bust out the Eldritch Fae language and the lantern trick without exploring, okay, well, what the hell, where these Fae go? What, like, why does this Fae look like a human? Did they all look like this? Like, what's the story? You can't just have Flynn's story and then not have that part of the story. That's like a crucial... And I hope they explore it more later. Because it just... Like... When you first get to that scene in the Abyssal Fog where he's fighting with Rarik or Rari or whatever, and then the Fae language just starts coming out with that deep, like, I can't even like replicate it right now off the top of my head, but it's just like but like, I don't know, it sounds like Elven, right? Because it's Fae. You can't just not explore that. Like, you can't just not show me what the Fae looked like, or like what happened to them. I mean, he mentions that, like, yeah, they sank into the darkness and whatever. But, like, you gotta give me more than that. When you give me something that cool, you can't just gloss over it when it's a crucial part, like, the core of the character's backstory. And I get that they probably wanted to focus on the Lightkeeper thing more to establish the Lightkeepers overall. And they did a decent job of establishing the Lightkeepers. They could have given us more time with Sosi. But I guess that would have been undermined by the fact that, oh, he was already dead and that wasn't even actually him anyway. I still feel like they could have given us a bit more time and shown us a bit more interactions between the other Lightkeepers instead of just having us go out and find Flint and only sort of tell us that off-screen, you know, this is how the Lightkeepers act, but without really showing us. But they did cram a lot of story into this, a lot of main story into this patch, and it seems like there's even more side story here as well. So I will give them credit for that. But yeah, overall, an interesting story with interesting lore. And an enjoyable presentation, but with some flaws.
I think this is pushing it.
I feel like if they had fixed a few of those gaps, like, you know, presenting an actual imminent and present threat on the screen to the city as the crisis was happening, that would have, and, you know, maybe delving a little bit more into Flinz's lore here as a Fae here, and actually giving us, you know, like a version 1 Rare boss fight. That would have taken the experience from like a, I'm gonna give it a 6.5 as is, or like a 7. That would have taken that from like a 6.5 or a 7 to like probably an 8 or a 9 for me. Like, that took me out of it a little bit, but that would have been a very cool experience if we had seen, like, you know, the Wild Hunt encroaching on the city and people being actually threatened. That would have established their response and all the burning barriers and the people fleeing. That would have made more sense to me than just, oh yeah, we're just panicking because we've driven ourselves into a panic. Okay, but why this exact moment? You know, and why are you like, surely you all would think, yeah, maybe letting the cannon just fire itself when it's not supposed to be is a bad thing, regardless. Because you don't know if it's going to blow up, you don't know what's going to happen. If the fucking main mechanic for the cannon shows up and says, yeah, we need to shut this down, unless there's like an imminent threat where you need to point the cannon at it right away, it would just be common sense to say, yeah, maybe we don't want this thing potentially blowing up our town because it's clearly malfunctioning. And like, if you want to argue, oh yeah, well they were afraid and they were irrational, well, it doesn't make sense that they would be that afraid and irrational if there wasn't literally a horde right there in real time coming to attack them. Like, could it happen? Could people work themselves up into that much of a frenzy? Sure, they can. But when you're telling a story and presenting a narrative, you can't just, like, be like, oh yeah, well, we're gonna leave all of this work to the audience's imagination. You have to show it. Because if the audience has to do that much work with their imagination, why are they watching a movie or playing a game in the first place instead of just imagining all of this in their head? If they're doing that much work anyway, it's not even that much further of a step, is it? But again, I did enjoy it. I thought overall it was an enjoyable experience that could have been more than that. And I feel like just running around the world, exploring. Probably the coolest part is the experimental design bureau. Like going here, hearing the music flare up. You know, looking down over the aisles. It's very visually cool. And, like, all the people that want to shit on it, like, shut the fuck up. It is cool. Is it as cool as your favorite whatever? Maybe, maybe not. It's going to depend on your opinion. And it's going to depend on where you are, you know. Like, this is probably a better spot, to be honest. But yeah, I do wish the lighthouse had been a little, like the physical structure of the lighthouse had been a little more built. Like, and it could have the light on. But it does kind of fit the aesthetic. What do I think about Lauma's quest? I feel like it's sort of this... Honestly... I think overall, they tried to establish a lot, and they did reasonably establish a lot. But they could have enhanced the experience by maybe slowing down a bit and giving a bit more of a presentation for each part. And I know a lot of people are going to take that like the wrong way and say, oh, more yap. No. Their yap is a lot longer than it needs to be in a lot of cases. Like, they could have the characters say the same, like, it's literally just they write 4 sentences when you could get the same explanation, the same information in 1 sentence. And they really need to work on that, because it, especially with no skip button, when I was just, like, grinding for Llama's stuff, I must have accidentally run into one of the cutscene triggers, like, 4 times, and it was the same cutscene, right? So, like, they do actually repeat cutscenes, and oh my god, not having a skip for that was torture. They need to put one in the game. Not the, oh, we've got a time skip. Stop it, stop it, Hoyo. Stop it, Hoyo. But yeah, still, I really like this. Like, these beaches are pretty. The mountainside is, like, bare. I don't like that, but... Okay, I'm gonna grab this.
Take heart. You toil not in vain.
Where's that? Is that actually on the map? No, I don't think that is. I think that is, but not that. Which means we'll probably get that in a future zone. Where's one place? I was, like, running from here to get mats on somebody else's world. And there's another thing there. And it's like, It's also hard for me to compare worlds, you know. I'm going to comparing Waves a bit here to all the people that love to say, oh, Wuthering Waves world is so much better looking, it's so much prettier. Like, I think to Rinascita, and I loved Rinascita. I love the architecture. I love a lot of the zones. I love the art style. And people were talking about, oh, like, flying is so good, and I agree. Like, having that level of mobility and traversal feels really great when you're just trying to get around, but I will say it made the Wuthering Waves map feel so much smaller than a Genshin map. And that's a good and a bad thing, because, like, obviously the fact that a lot of traversal in this game is locked behind gacha characters instead of being something like that all characters can use is very, even if you, so like it's a case of if you don't have the characters you're screwed, and if you do have the characters, well, now you're just running that party all the time everywhere because it's just more convenient. Because there's no mounts, there's no flight system, the climbing is so fucking slow, it's painful, right? But on the other hand, it does force you to take the time to really soak in what's there and to actually appreciate and understand the layout of the world. So it's not it's not only or in every way a better thing to have like Wuthering Waves. Oh my god, I'm trying not to. There needs to be a way to turn that off.
Oh, gloomy skies overhead. Oh, just like the last time we were here. The air's all icky and sticky and dark and damp. Whew, we didn't get a good look then. All Paimon remembers is that really tall tower. So, let's explore the area more fully this time. Wait, is that...
Flynn's?
Ah, good day, you two. Assuming I don't have the time wrong.
Honestly, I don't know what time it is either.
Then let us forego these niceties. It is always dark here in the Final Night Cemetery. Time becomes somewhat meaningless.
Phew! Well, it's good to see a familiar face. Especially in this darkness. Oof! It really gives you the heebie-jeebies!
You needn't worry. This is my humble abode, and the tomb of the Lightkeepers. And while somewhat dark, it is on the whole a safe place. That being said, I rarely receive visitors here, save for the occasional colleague. What brings you two here?
Well, to be honest, we just wanted to see where you live. We were in such a rush last time, we didn't get to do a proper tour.
I see. In that case, as guardian of the tombs here in the Final Night Cemetery, allow me to extend the warmest of welcomes to you both, on behalf of the spirits who slumber here eternally.
Wait, do you mean there really are ghosts here?
That is correct. As you may have noticed, this island is dotted with headstones. You might think of it as a veritable necropolis filled with souls. Isn't it a welcoming thought?
Not at all. If anything, this place just got scarier.
Ah, apologies. It was meant merely as a gesture of the hospitality that you deserve as guests. We don't receive many visitors here, after all. But I suppose it is a tall order to expect people to suppress their fear of ghosts. Even so, I do hope your visit shall be a pleasant one. The spirits on this isle, while somewhat old-fashioned and hardly gregarious, are an unassuming crowd who keep to themselves. I have found they make perfectly decent neighbors. If you still have misgivings, I can only suggest that you avoid staying outside where possible. The ghosts do not tend to set foot indoors very often, although that might render your sightseeing experience a little less riveting. Let me think. Most of the camps on this isle have been removed, and only the lighthouse remains, symbolizing the many battles the Lightkeepers have fought against the Wild Hunt. In that regard, it has quite a bit of historical value, and is thus well worth seeing.
Yeah, that was the first thing we saw when we arrived. So, it's a lighthouse, huh? What happened to the light?
Years of disrepair and a shortage of fuel, I'm afraid. As this island became abandoned, maintaining the lighthouse became increasingly difficult. Besides, even if we were to rally sufficient manpower to repair it, it would serve little purpose these days. In the past, it guided people on their way to and from the island. But all those people now lie beneath our feet in eternal rest. Well, that is perhaps not entirely accurate. They do sometimes come running out, speaking once familiar utterances into the void. In which case, since you are not used to the darkness that shrouds this island, you could consider restoring the lighthouse to illuminate your way. I too know well the comfort that a distant ray of light can bring on those lone journeys through the cold night.
Do you not need the lighthouse, Flynn's?
Speaking as a lightkeeper, we no longer need the building all that much, and I am under no official obligation to maintain it. And personally, I am more partial to the night than the day, so I find myself quite comfortable here in the dark. Besides, I have a lantern of my own. I would rather tend to that than rely on a more distant warmth. As such, you should have no issues using it, so long as it helps you. I believe there should still be some backup fuel for the lighthouse stored in an old tent to the north. That should be enough to serve your present needs.
Gotcha.
And if you should need to find me, I will be in an underground basement on the north side. That's where I will be sorting through my reports. I will meet up with you once I have completed my urgent tasks.
Okay, so maybe we will be getting the lore of Flynn's, or a little bit deeper of a dive. That would be nice, actually. And maybe we'll get it. Yeah, it seems like there's more stories. Yeah, I don't want to do them right now. I didn't really want to wander into that on accident. I would have liked to... I mean, I'll have it on the VOD. But I think what I want to do is maybe do like a story cut. To just like cut the VOD and cut the bits of story and like upload those. So that it's like all like a seamless thing instead of me doing random gameplay in between. And I'm trying not to like talk or react as much during the scenes because of that, so that it's like easier. I'm trying to like save my reactions for after. Although I do enjoy doing like a raw reaction, like losing my shit over the Augusta cutscene, the Augusta finale. Like that was so good. Yeah. I hate... Like, I see so many Kuro bots just shit on this for no reason, and they're totally unjustified. Like, there are problems, and I'm gonna say that this is not as much of a cinematic... Like, this is not as much of absolute cinema as the latest Wuthering Waves patches have been. Like, it again, you know, I would rate, like, Wuwa 2.4, 2.6, like, 9s out of 10s, easily, in terms of, like, the cinematic experience. The way they use their music, the way they combine that with the visuals, the way they animate the characters, the way that they... I mean, even their facial expressions and stuff, right? And they don't have as nuanced of animations and expressions in this game. But that's not, like... that doesn't mean that it's not good. Like, this is enjoyable. Like, this is, again, like, I have my criticisms of it, and I have a few things that I think would improve the experience, or a few things where I think it's maybe missing a piece that makes it fall a little flatter than it should. Or, like, they could have, for example, it's such a small thing. This is like a small, stupid thing. But in the scene where Lauma turns into her envoy form in front of all the townspeople, the way they did that cut was so weird. Like, you see kind of a cut of it flit off the screen from a shot with the crowd, and then it lingers on the crowd just standing there for like 4 or 5 seconds, whatever. And then it actually finally cuts to the scene where she's standing in front of them in the form with like the druid symbol hovering behind her, and it looks incredibly cool, but they're a little too zoomed out. And they cut that after like 2 seconds or 3 seconds. It's like it was there, like the cool factor was there, but they should have adjusted the shot a little, and they should have changed the timing instead of focusing on the pan of like a standing still crowd for 5 seconds and then cutting away from the Lauma shot after only like 2 seconds. It felt like, you know, so like they had the pieces of a really cool cinematic point there, and then it was just like kind of, it was like, it was, I mean, again, spending 5 seconds hanging on a lingering crowd, again, it's not like the hugest deal in the world, but if that had been presented as like, you know, you see the crowd for 2.5 to 3 seconds, and then you get a let's say about a 25% more zoomed in shot of the crowd staring up at her envoy form with the glowing druid seal behind her. If that had lasted for 5 seconds, if it had been the reverse, that would have been chills, you know? Versus, like, oh, I almost want to, but it's like the uncanny valley of film, right? It's like the uncanny valley of exhilarating film versus terrible film. It's like there's good in there, but there's enough bad so that it ruins the good. And they just need to work on that a little bit. Like, it's so close, they just gotta get past that valley. Because that was actually a super cool moment, right? It's just they managed to jank up the actual shot. And it's lots of little things like that I think Kuro bots just sort of pick up on and whatever. And again, like, I love Wuthering Waves. I will stand here all day and argue that, you know, the 2.6 scenes are better than anything in this. Because, I mean, the way Kuro presented that was absolute cinema. So I'm not, like, sitting here like, oh, Hoyo's the great. But I feel like these people are just, you know, they're looking to make content out of being negative. They're not actually looking to just enjoy the experience. You know, to set aside their need to basically bitch and complain and just absorb the moment and have fun. And it's like kind of amplified by the fact that there are obvious hitches that they can hook onto like that. Obvious issues, like how bare the actual rock face looks. You know, in some places, how bare some of the spots can look, but like the actual, you know, gameplay, you go over here, and like, I don't know, let's go down this way, like, okay, is there something here, maybe? Like, is there a chest or actual content or something? Okay, maybe not. Okay, but then that music hits. That's very good. Maybe it's just me getting, you know, Witcher flashbacks. A little bit of nostalgia. Hey, there's a point of interest. There's some stuff to collect, you know? It's not like again, it's not as densely packed, but that's fine.
Branch into song. The doctor was cut to the chase.
I mean, and I'm not gonna sit here and argue that the combat is in any way comparable. Like, it's fine, but yeah. I don't know. Thanks for listening to my fucking TED Talk. I am looking forward to doing more stuff on the Flynn's quest, but I think I'm going to take a break. I've been doing this for a while. So, and there's plenty of exploration that I'm going to do. I might do it off stream. I might not. I might jump on. I don't know. But, yeah. The one thing I will say, and this is a problem with both Kuro and Hoyo's games, is why aren't the side quests, like, we all know this side quest right here is going to be a major story. Maybe not as major as, like, the main story, right? But it's still a major story. Why isn't stuff like that voiced? I don't... On the one hand, you know, when I first started doing these streams, it gave me an opportunity to sort of flex my voice muscles. But after you spend like an hour or two, 5 or 6 times reading out these things and trying to do different voices, it just gets so tiring. Like, it's exhausting. I don't want to have to do that. And even for somebody who isn't streaming, doing these side quests and having them voiced, I mean, they're not even really side quests. They're just not MSQ, right? They're not directly, like, the main story quest, but they are, like, significant stories that relay meaningful details that do relate back to, like, the main story and the characters involved. That's typically what they end up being. Or, like, tell stories about the region and the lore that span the entire patch and entire zone. Like the Aranara quests. Like, those were really cool. Like, the fucking Sakura cleansing in Inazuma was a pretty cool quest the first time I did it. I was like, oh, this is like a whole thing. Same thing with, like, the like, just an example, the rescuing the dragons in Renacida and Wuwa in, like, Septimont. Like, doing, you know, learning about the history of, you know, the gladiators, who one of them threw a match and then regretted it, and then he spent his life trying to make up for it by, like, fighting Dark Tide or whatever, and then regretted never getting to have a rematch with his rival after he threw the match. Right? Like, there's a whole host of quests like that in Wuwa and in this that are just not voiced. when they really, it would improve everyone's experience if they were, and it's really not a good reason for them not to be. I will give them this, at least they voice the character quests. You know, that's huge. But, yeah. I'm gonna stop my TED Talk now. There's still a lot to explore. Yeah. Oh, I have... yeah, I'll worry about the... Okay, let's go there real quick and just condense that so that I don't have to worry that I'm gonna, like... Then again, if I can condense it, I can't use it on this guy. Let's just do this guy real quick. Ugh. Hiccup. Ugh. But yeah, I hate people that are just fucking overly negative. Like, being critical is different from being overly negative. Just shitting on something for the fucking memes and ignoring the good parts is like not being critical. I think I've done a fair job of being critical without being fucking negative. You know?
You two! Time to light up the blazing sun!
And like,
Burn it down!
with all of that said, like,
I always bounce back.
obviously I'm still enjoying this because I'm still playing. Like, I enjoy it a lot, actually. Although I will say I'm definitely a bit of a woo-woo combat addict. Like, this is fine where you basically want to build your team and like set up your combos and your rotation properly. It's a bit more of a deck building. Oh fuck. Yeah, like, I mean, yeah. Like, the dodging just doesn't feel as good in this game. Especially with, like, the, like, it would be better if they had, like, some feedback or, like, a built-in system for, like, dodge counters.
Let the mountain's veins boil!
Let's just pop Sit Lolly.
You two! Time to end them! Pyroclastic surge!
The other thing is, like, some of the combos really don't lend themselves well to dodging. Like, breaking the heavy attack chain. Okay, I'm gonna go heal Bennett up real quick. I'll do one more, because I wanna do Lauma's 90 Ascension. Although I do think locking the level... This isn't even a question of I think, no. It's just a fact that locking the level 95, level 100 level ups behind getting C7, 8, and 9 for whales is a huge L. Oh my god, did he not heal up when I went to the... Also, why don't the other teleport points just... I mean... I guess it doesn't make that much of a difference, but it's still annoying that you can't just go to anyone. You have to go to specifically the main statues to heal. Like, listen, I cannot be bothered at this point. I am at a point in my life where unless I'm doing a like, hard boss that is specifically designed to be Souls-like content, I cannot be bothered to deal with, like, dodging all the fucking mechanics and learning all the timings. For a boss that's gonna, like, watch. Okay, I'm gonna fucking pop this. I'm gonna pop fucking... Okay, I popped your fucking shield. Okay, well the fucking melt didn't happen there. Great.
Rev the engine.
Oh, come on. Bennett fucking died again. Are you serious? Bro, this is just kind of obnoxious. Okay. Okay. Let me actually get the combo set up.
Rise with the... Get out of here! Bring it! Letting brave names echo! Get to work! Ha! Shit! You two! Time to end that pyroclastic surge!
Okay, that's cool. The melt didn't trigger properly.
Burn it! I'm going in! Let the mountain's veins boil! Show no mercy!
Did Sitlolly's attack really not hit? I didn't get particles. But see, like, when you have a fully built team, that took, like, what? And that was with fucking missed attacks and failed timings. That took, like, what, 20 seconds? Like, I'm gonna spend, you know, 40, like, I don't know, fucking 20 minutes getting the precision timing for the dodges down on that thing when I could just go back and, like, heal up and then just fucking two-shot it functionally. Like, no. That's a waste of my time. It's just annoying to get two-shot when it's something that's so trivial. Like, of course I'm just going to like, zerg through it without any care. If it's, like, actual hard content, like holograms, yeah, that I have no problem. I love learning the mechanics on those. Because they, you know, have a series of different attacks that require you to engage differently and learn. This is just like...
Rise with the... Get out of here! Everybody stand back! Bring it! Suffer the wrath of Eatling! Light of the blazing sun!
Yeah, see, there's the proper melt function.
Incinerate! Try and stop! Get out of here! I'm going in! Hear the echoes of the valley! Show no mercy! Shoot!
Yep, that was, what, 17 seconds or so? Like, yeah. You could say, oh, skill issue all day. Yeah, well, the reason it's a skill issue is because half the time it only takes 17 seconds to kill that thing, so why would I bother actually making the time or effort to learn how to dodge something that's only going to take me 17 seconds? It's faster to just make some fucking res food and pop it. Like, genuinely, it's a waste of time not to just retard strong through it. Now, if they had, like, a hard mode version where you want to, like, learn the timings and shit, sure. And, like, oh, you want to say skill issue? Okay, well, you know, 36 starred Abyss, Act 10, like, the only thing I haven't fully cleared is Stygian, because that's literally designed for, like, specific teams. And fucking full S6 for, like, Dire, right? And yeah, I've cleared every level 100 tack hollow in Wuwa, except the latest one. I've got the level 90 cleared. I haven't done the level 100 yet because I haven't wanted to commit the time. So, yeah, you want to say skill issue? Well, you'd better come with all those complete, or you can just shut the hell up because you don't know what you're talking about. Right? Like, I'm not going to say, like, oh, I'm the fucking best or whatever, but, like, I am at least competent. And that's beyond dispute. That's just a matter of fucking fact. So, yeah. Again, it really is just as simple as, like, why would you bother to even learn or process the timings on a fight that's going to take you 17 to at most 30 seconds? It's not even a real boss fight. You zerg through it and pop some res food. It's like literally a more efficient use of your time and resources than doing it the other way. So anyway, right, I need to go. I didn't collect the loot. Of course I didn't. Alright, let's just do it. Let's get it done.
Everybody stand back! Keep lolling! Eat Papa! Get him! Get pyroclastic surge!
God, look at that. Look at that chunk. I had to grind like fucking crazy for Sitlolly. Yeah, that was like, what, a 15-second kill? That was like, and that was a Hueo L when they ran Mawika and Sitlolly at the same time. It made me so mad, and then I had to wait 7 months. Save up for like 7 months. I did have to pull for the Skirk banner too between them. And then I lost the 50-50 on Sitlolly, and I nearly went to hard pity again after fully grinding all the things. Everything. Like, there's maybe 2 zones on my map that aren't 100%. There's, like, I am apparently missing a chest. Okay, Chasm. Like, Liyue is ironically my least completed. And then, like, I was scraping the bottom of the barrel to get Sitlolly without having to spend. I mean, I even did spend a little during the Skirk banner. I spent like $30. So like, okay, yeah, like people might say, oh, $30, that's nothing for it. $30 is fucking $30, dude. That's a whole ass video game, okay? I don't want to hear it. But yeah. And like, they fucked me so hard. Like, I had to go to fucking hard pity twice and scrape the whole map, and that kind of like ruined. Like, for me, I just couldn't keep myself interested, as interested in Genshin as I used to be after they did the Mawika Sitlolly banners at the same time, because it was such insult to injury because they gave bonus pulls right after the Mawika banner ended when Sitlolly should have been running. But because they didn't give it before, I wasn't able to reach fucking hard pity again. It was such a slap in the face. It was something they'd never done before. As far as I'm aware, they never, with the exclusion of 1.0, where every character was a new, and actually they didn't even have 2 banners back then. So no, they had never done it before. Was run 2 new units premieres at the same time. It was always a new unit premiering and an old unit rerunning. And that was the first time they did that, and it was such a fucking slap in the face. And then I had to wait 7 months. This is why I love this game. I hate gacha monetization in every game that it's in. Because even if the game is incredible, the gacha monetization deliberately makes it worse than it could be. Like, I'm sorry, but if you have to wait 7... Like, nobody is waiting 7 months to play a character. They're quitting your game for at least a few of those months on the way. And you better hope that your game is so good that they remember to come back. Or at the very least, that everything else on the market is such dog shit that there's nothing else worth touching. But anyway... okay, so how many more things do I need for Lauma for her 90 Ascension? Honestly, I wasn't even expecting to get Lauma, though. I will say, after the fucking shit show they put me through trying to get Sitlali, you know, screwing me over, screwing everyone who wanted her over during the first banner, because they ran her at the same time as Mavuika, making everyone wait 7 whole ass months, and then me personally getting screwed on the 50-50, on hard pity on the 50-50, and having to go to hard pity again to get her. Like, I was pissed. So it's honestly, you know, they kind of owed me Lauma at 10 pulls at that point, to be frank. They kind of owed me. And anyone who got screwed that hard, they kind of owe you too. Don't mistake that as like some interpretation of like, oh, of course you'll win. No, don't gamble like that. Don't be an idiot. But like, karmically speaking, you know, it's honestly, she's not even a character that I really super wanted. I just figured, what the hell, I'll throw some pulls at the main banner, because I know Alice is not going to be for a while. I figure, you know, like, Nefer is not going to be for a while. Varka is not going to be for a while. And Flynn's, I kind of like Flynn's. He's kind of cool, but he's not like a must pull for me. Like, Skirk, must pull, because obviously the hype built up around her over years. Alice, I mean, she's been like, man. I mean, if she doesn't end, if Alice, with all the hype and all the summer story events and all of the things we've had since the start of Genshin, is not one of the most pulled units ever, it'll only be because, like, I don't know, the player base has dropped off or something. Like, there ain't no way. Alright. Oh, I see.
Watch out.
Yeah, okay. I need to change my portrait back. I don't need to go into someone else's world. I only do that for, like, a character that I need to go to someone else's world, and I'm, like, wanting mats. I'll do that so that they know, like, oh, this person has the character, and they probably want mats. And, you know, if they accept, then I'll ask them before I do anything. And if they say yes, then I'll go get the mats. But otherwise, yeah. So let me change that back to Navia. Because my Navia is... My Navia is actually, like... I think I was... So I've spent money in this game 3 times since the start. Once during, I think, one of the 1.0, no, it was probably one of the 2.0 patches, because I wanted to C6 Ningguang. Once during Sumeru, because I was like, I wanted Dea, and it's sad what they ended up doing to her, but I still think she's got a cool character design, even if her kit's a little bit whatever. And then, well, when was the other time? I mean, I'm not counting the $30 I spent on Skirk. When was the other time? I think I did spend for Navia. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. No, I don't think I actually did. Yeah, so I guess if I guess 3 times counting the time I did Skirk. Yeah, so like I'm pretty much like, I'd say equivalent of doing the battle pass every month. That level of investment on the account, right, monetarily. I was pretty much, I don't think I spent any money through all of Fontaine. So I got Navia completely free to play. I got her signature completely free to play. And for like a literal free to play Navia, she's like completely cracked. Like I think all her arties, like yeah, you could say flat attack sub, okay, but that's literally, there's no other stat that could be there that would contribute to her damage. This is fucking god rolls right here. Like this is actual god rolls. This could be a little better. Could have crit damage, attack percent. This could also be better, but like the rolls are like 2 and 2. For this, I think it's like 2 and 2 with 1 in EM, which is a bit of a missed roll, but like the fact that I got 4 in the crit stats and the energy recharge, pretty huge. I believe all of these, yeah, 4 crit rate rolls, ER with attack percent. This one is like, wait, don't I have... Oh, I kept this one because it had extra crit damage. And honestly, flat attack isn't that good. Like, it's good. But, well, I wouldn't say it's good. But it does increase damage number, unlike something like defense or HP. Yeah. Yeah, but she, like, these may not... Like, this is god rolls, and the rest of them may not be, like, quite god rolls, but the actual substat rolls wound up so good that, like, they're just short of god rolls. So my Navia is absolutely fucking cracked. Like, 85% crit rate with no buffs, 184% crit damage, no buffs. Like, you're not gonna get a much better Navia than this for free to play. Hell, even not free to play, like, you're not gonna get much better than those stats. The only thing you'll have over it is, like, constellations and refinement rank. Oh, and I guess I should probably crown these, to be honest, like, with how cracked she is. Okay. Okay, but for real, that's the end of my TED Talk.